wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry I made you love me. Sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it. Bored.
So that's maybe a few people still preparing.
Yeah, for sure. So how did you like this social event?
I had a great evening.
And how was the cocktails?
I liked them a lot.
Yeah. What was the Sandstorm one? The blue one or the orange one? I was confused the whole evening.
Sandstorm Blue
Okay.
and Passion Pass. Those were the two cocktails created especially for this social event. Did you like them? As we're kicking off NEOS Conference Day 2, we ended the last day with the NEOS Awards, and I just wanted to take a quick moment and say again, thank you so much for submitting so many great and awesome projects. It is wonderful to see what all of you are building with the CMS, with the framework, with all the packages that we have in this community. So congratulations again to all NEOS Award winners.
And we talked about what's the next big thing in NEOS yesterday and I think the day before in the afternoon. And I've seen the wall of ideas is taking shape. There are many, many more ideas coming on the wall. And you have time until, I think, tomorrow, the contribution day, to put some more ideas there or to, I don't know, do we have some points to stick to give?
That was
there was an idea
suggestion.
yesterday.
Yes. So if you would like to mark the ideas that you like very much, I think we have some sticky points. Come talk to me, and we will figure out a way to do that. If you have some favorite ideas, so we can get an idea what you're doing, because the last talk today will be a panel discussion where we want to, see what will be the direction, what are the ideas floating around that have the biggest impact, and where's NEOS going to go from here. So keep that coming.
So,
can you grab that paper, Anne?
yeah, well, sure.
How many of you have already gotten one?
Oh, I see a hand there.
This is a very important opportunity to get this once in a lifetime merchandise article. Be sure to get one, because what else would, be so well placed in your office? It's the only article you really need, the paper N.
So, what's left to say? You know the conference app is still pretty important. As you said, we are... Did you say that? I don't remember. We are awarding the best speaker today in the afternoon. And for that, you need to vote the talks with the conference app. Please don't forget. And also write some questions there so we as the hosts can ask them for you.
You know the drill. It's the same thing, actually, right? Don't forget to do it. We need your votes. And then, Anke, you have a very special thing coming up just before lunch.
Yes, the lightning talks. And we have 5 talks we will have at the studio stage. And for all of you who submitted a talk, please be there beforehand so we can check the setup and don't have so much time between the talks.
Right.
That's from us for now.
That's
I
the
think.
organizational details. I'm very excited for day 2. There's a cool number of talks coming up. Right after our introduction, here on the main stage, there will be Martin Helmlich von Mittwald. And up on the studio stage, Marc-Henry Schulz will be talking about, where'd it go? There. The NEOS 9 Deep Dive, right into the event stream. So we have a day packed with awesome talks. So make your way to the stage where you want to watch your talk. And then that is NEOS Conference Day 2. Have a nice day. All right, for the first talk today on the main stage, it is my great pleasure to announce how to really annoy your hoster with load testing at scale. We have Martin Helmich from Mitwald. Please join me on stage and give a warm round of applause for Martin.
Thank you very much. Good morning, fellow humans. Welcome to how Juliet called it yesterday evening, the hangover slot. I'm happy that you're all here, that you made it. I'm only moderately hungover, so yay for me. My name's, hello, clicker. There we go. In case you don't know me, my name's Martin. I'm in charge of developer relations over at Mitwald. And full disclosure, please don't get the pitchforks out. I'm also active in the Typo 3 Association, but I come in peace. And I would like to start by telling a story. Once upon a time, we had a customer who was hosting a little online shop on our platform. It was a little WordPress site. It was using WooCommerce. It was maintained by a solo developer. And the customer of that online shop, it was, you'd probably know him if I told you the name, but I'm not going to. It was a major German rapper. And they only sold a single piece of merchandise on that shop. It was a particularly ugly sweater. It was like the most ugly sweater that to that date and since that date I had ever seen. That's not it. That's just what you get if you ask ChatGPT to draw you an ugly hip hop sweater. And that shop actually worked reasonably well. Until that particular artist happened to release his new album on a, I don't know, I think it was a Thursday evening at 8. And everybody and their grandma wanted to buy that particular ugly sweater. Sucked to be us at that moment. I still don't get why everybody wanted this particularly ugly sweater. So maybe a different question. And at that time, the site went down. They called us because their site was down, and they weren't particularly happy about it. So this was how I felt like just hands-on firefighting mode. We were trying to scale that site, which wasn't particularly easy because that little WooCommerce online shop wasn't even built to be scalable. You know, as a hosting company, it's easy for me to say that we can just throw hardware at a problem, and we can. But if you want to be scalable, there's actually things that you need to think about. For example, like centralizing your session storage, wondering where to store your assets, and that site had none of that. So we tried to botch that together on a Thursday evening for the customer on short notice. Didn't work. We desperately tried to put a varnish in front of it, which didn't work because if your backend's already down, good luck getting a cache warmed up. So actually, we tried everything, and that site was just down for I think like half an hour, and then it died down, and the site became available again. But in that moment, there was nothing that we could actually do on short notice to make that site available again. And there are actually many reasons why a site might fail under load. It might be simple resource exhaustion. Again, as a hosting company, it's easy for me to say just throw more hardware at it. As long as you're paying us for it, I don't really mind. But then you might get architectural bottlenecks because maybe your site's not even built to scale out. Maybe you have that one particular database query that needs an exclusive table log for whatever reason. Maybe it's just shitty coding. Maybe your server isn't configured right. And I've also already seen performance bottlenecks because DNS and .resolve settings weren't configured right, which added like a second of latency to every request, which is particularly annoying because it's very easily avoidable. So there's many reasons a site might fail under production traffic. Another story. If you take a closer look at me, you might notice that I enjoy attending festivals. I happen to collect the badges, and it's June, it's getting summertime, so festival season starting again. That photo I took a few weeks ago, that one I took last year, and I particularly enjoy the vibe at festivals. I enjoy how music has a particular way of bringing people together, and which is why I enjoy spending time at festivals. And which is also why I was particularly excited when the other day a customer reached out to me, and they said, Martin, we have a festival site hosted on your platform, and the ticket sales coming up. Can you tell us if it's going to be available or not? Because for whatever reason, that was really important to them. I don't know why. I can presume. And I told the customer, well, if you really want to be sure, you should do a load test before if you don't want to find out the hard way. So the festival under test that we're talking about is one of the largest electronic music festivals in Germany. They have around 225,000 visitors every year. And the site was built on Typo 3, sorry. But everything I'm about to tell you about load testing can be applied to basically any tech stack. That site was built on Typo 3. It ran on a single server setup because if you're familiar with Typo 3, you might know it's also a bit cumbersome to horizontally scale out. I think I'm allowed to say that. So we decided to just throw hardware at it, and it was running on a single server, like a little bit bigger than what we regularly sell to customers over the shelf. It had 192 cores, 500 gigs of RAM, and using average traffic that was completely over-provisioned, but they wanted to be prepared for the ticket sales scenario. So when talking about load testing, let's talk about tools that you can use for that. In the most simplest case, back then when I started worrying about infrastructure and scalability and whatnot, there were tools like good old Apache benchmarks. You could call AB on your command line, just told it do 100 requests in parallel, and then you'd get an output like this, where you basically it would just call that URL that you gave it in an endless loop, and you'd get metrics on your average response times, how many requests per second your server could handle, and blah, blah, blah. My issue with Apache Bench is that Apache Bench does not really mimic realistic traffic on your site, because first of all, no user is going to in an endless loop invoke your index page over and over again. No user is going to be using HTTP 1.0, which Apache Bench does. So what we wanted was a testing tool with which you could mimic user behavior realistically. And we also wanted a tool with which we could verify if the SLOs, the service level objectives that we agreed upon with our customers, were actually met during that load test. Because they said things like, oh, well, during ticket sale, we want for example, the 59th percentile of load time to be less than, I don't remember. And the cherry on top would be if we had a tool that we could use automatedly to integrate into CI and other automation processes. And using these requirements, we came upon Grafana K6. Grafana K6 is an open source tool. You can download it from GitHub. It's just a command line tool. It's built in Go, but it allows you to script your load test cases doing JavaScript. I guess I don't have to explain how JavaScript works. This is how a really, really simple K6 load test might look like. You have that options array in which you configure with how many virtual users you want to hit your site. And then you have that default export in which you can programmatically describe how your virtual user should behave. You can do HTTP requests. You can also implement complex click paths. I don't think I have to explain how JavaScript programming works. Everything that you can describe in JavaScript, you can implement in a K6 load test, and you can use that to try to code how a typical user would behave on your site. Output might look like something like this. This is just a short demo. I'll show the output of the real one in a minute. And then we proceeded to define scenarios together with the customer. And what the customer told us was that during ticket sale, we're expecting like 50,000 visitors on the site, and 25 of those arrive within the first. 25 of those we have in the first 5 minutes. And that in itself is not particularly bad, but what's bad about is that they're all arriving at the same time. So they're announcing like a specific date at which the ticket sale starts. They're announcing that on social media and whatever, like Thursday 10 p.m. ticket sale starts, and then everybody's hitting that site at the same moment. So this is the scenario that we modeled after that description from the customer. And mind you, what's important is we're talking about visits. We're not talking about requests. So each visit has, in our case, modeled a click path of whatever pages the user navigates to when actually buying a ticket. And then you also have all the HTTP requests to load the assets for that. Which is also an important part of a load test, because if the user is going to call your site, they're not just going to call the index PHP, they're also downloading the entire site with all its assets. So actually this translates to, if we assume that each visit is roughly 120 HTTP requests, that translates to about 10,000 requests per second to the web server. And particularly interesting is that they're all arriving at the same time. So, but what we're doing is essentially it's called a spike test. If you try to find out how your server behaves if a lot of people arrive in a very short amount of time, which maybe in some cases might be a malicious scenario. It could also be a DDoS attack, for example. But in the case of a festival site with its ticket sale of an artist who drops his new album, we've had customers who were on, in Germany it's Höhle der Löwen, I think in English it's Shark Tank or whatever it's called. So they had a TV advertisement. Same thing happens there. You could also code your test case to include like a short ramp-up phase to give your server time to adjust to that traffic. But in some cases, that's not a realistic scenario. Because in some cases, festival ticket sales, they actually do come all at once very, very quickly. And these kinds of spike tests are particularly nasty because if your cache isn't warmed up when that scenario starts, it'll be too late. So you cannot rely on caches warming up when traffic starts arriving. If you're using autoscaling, like in a cloud platform, that won't help you because that is always reactive. And these things tend to happen very, very quickly. So that won't help you. And you might have network security in place who might actually confuse this kind of traffic pattern with a DDoS attack. So you might actually end up excluding certain users because your network security thinks it's an attack. In the case of the ticket sale, this is the scenario that we modeled. We assumed, or rather we knew because we had access log analysis and could infer from that how users were behaving, that most visitors during a ticket sale would head straight to the ticket page, And then we weren't even hosting the ticket shop itself. That was a SaaS service that was hosted externally, but people were still hitting the festival site and then navigating their way through to that ticket shop. And we assumed that a certain small percentage of users would also randomly navigate around the site for a bit before finally heading to the ticket sale. That was one scenario. We also had other scenarios. One other scenario that was important to the customer was the artist announcement, which also had a certain traffic spike in which other sites were preferably called. The third scenario was the on-location traffic that people cause when they're on the festival and visit the festival site from within the festival venue to, I don't know, get to know where facilities are, to get the map, to know which, to know the running order for the specific day and whatnot. So we also had scenarios for that. Thing with Grafana K6 and with that test case that I showed you earlier was that I mentioned we're not just doing HTTP requests to that index PHP, right? Because, or rather, that's not what a user does, because a user is using a browser which downloads the entire site with all its assets. And in the test case I showed earlier, we were doing exactly not that, because we were just doing simple HTTP protocol level test, which again is not realistic, because actually we want a load test that mimics user behavior realistically. So if we have a look at how a browser executes an HTTP request, and also what is the metric that we actually want to test and what we want to optimize for, is it that one, like that the duration of that first HTTP request? We can do that, but that's not ultimately what the user cares about, right? So who cares if that index PHP is served in 80 milliseconds, and then you have that 200 megabyte video which blocks your loading and takes 2 minutes to load. So what then? Do we use the load time? Do we use the finish time that the browser tells us? Actually, that's a solved problem, because there are well-defined metrics for just that. So we can do a short excursion to the Core Web Vitals metrics. Who's familiar with those? That was not well thought through, because I can't see shit from above here. The Core Web Vitals are a set of well-defined metrics to measure loading times, to measure interactivity, and to measure visual stability. So for loading time, we have the largest contentful paint or first contentful paint. For interactivity, we have that interaction to next paint. So for example, if you interact with the site, how long it takes for the site to visually react to that. And visual stability is the cumulative layout shift, because everybody's seen that particularly annoying ad that loads like 5 seconds later and then everything shifts down. So for a load testing case, obviously those loading time metrics are particularly interesting. LCP is defined as, if you're looking at the total timeline of how a page loads, LCP observes when the largest paint happens. So measured in its relation to the viewport size. Everything below 2.5 seconds is considered as good. Everything below 4 seconds is considered as, well, could be better. Everything above 4 seconds is, no, don't do that. And we can also measure this with Grafana K6. You can configure K6 to run a browser test, actually. The options in that case would look like this. You basically give it an option and say, please start a Chrome for this test. Do so with 20 virtual users for 15 minutes, and then you can define, which is also nice about K6, you can define thresholds in which you can define which metrics should fulfill which conditions, and in those threshold definitions, we can test for those Core Web Vital metrics. Obviously, this thing is going to start 20 Chrome instances, so mind your memory if you're doing that. And obviously, you're not going to do a load test with tens of thousand of parallel users. We'll get to how to achieve that in a second. The test case, in that case, would look like this. So the actual virtual user function. That API is designed to be compatible with Playwright. So if you're familiar with Playwright, this might also look familiar to you. And what we actually ended up doing, because I mentioned you won't be able to start 1,000 instances of Chrome. So even if you're going into the cloud, that's just ridiculous. So what we ended up doing, which is also something that is officially recommended in the manual of K6, is to run a high-level, like a high-volume test in the background to make sure the server is under the load that you expect for that test case, using just basic HTTP protocol level test, and to then have a second test suite run in parallel that runs with a, let's call it, moderate amount of parallel browser instances. I wouldn't recommend doing one, because then you're very susceptible to noise in your metrics. So I would recommend starting as many browser instances as you can afford using your memory. I don't know how much memory does a Chrome instance take. Like, I think it's around 300, 400, 500 megabytes. That would be fine if the customer didn't mention that they also wanted to ascertain the bandwidth usage of that project, which you cannot realistically ascertain if you're just hitting the index page. So what we then got around to was writing a K6 plugin into which you could plug HAR files, which is what you get if you open your network tab in Chrome or Safari or whatever, and you export all those requests that are being done. And then you can actually replay those with K6 without having to start an actual browser, except that we still need to start an actual browser to get those core Web Vital metrics. We also argued, we also argued a little bit about doing an online or an offline test, so for meaning whether we should hit the production site directly with our load test, or if we should create an offline copy for that, and there are good reasons for both. Obviously, if you're doing a spike test like this, you have to consider the possibility that you're taking the site down with your test, which we did. The customer gave us a maintenance window, and in which they had not that much traffic. Anyway, yes, exactly, simultaneous recovery test. Over the course of the test, we decided to clone the site onto an identically sized testing lab environment. But depending on how big your infrastructure is and what your budget is for the test, that might not always be an option. And if you're not stress testing, if you want to just see if your server can handle the expected average load, like not spike testing, but average load testing, your production system should be able to handle that kind of load anyway. So might need to, there's no right answer on that. What we also thought quite a lot about was how to size your testing environment, meaning how to size the machine that you're running K6 on, because this was an HTOP screenshot from our K6 testing machine. Because if you're not paying attention, that can also become a bottleneck. Because in that case, the server itself was actually quite bored, because there was a Varnish in front of it, and Varnish is really efficient at handling many requests in parallel. But in this case, our testing machine became the bottleneck. It also took around 50 gigs of RAM, which is moderate for that. So if you're doing this on a high scale, there are kernel parameters that you need to set, like, for example, port ranges and connection reuse and whatnot. Those can quickly become a limit. You need to think about memory. If you're doing protocol level tests, K6 is really efficient, and they tell you to assume like 1 to 5 megabytes per virtual user. So if you have a beefy machine, you can easily handle thousands of those, When you're doing browser-based tests, obviously not. And if you're CPU considerations, well, it depends on how your test looks like. Obviously, we're doing HTTP2 requests. There was TLS encryption. There was compression, which, again, we wanted a realistic test case, but that's going to keep your CPU busy for a while. You also need to consider bandwidth. For example, if you translate that to 80 visits per second, and then you have like the average page weight, because that page was heavy. There were large images. They were optimized, but they were still large. There were videos on that. There were interactive elements. So each click journey through that site had a weight of like 1 to 200 megabytes. So translate that, and you get quite a lot of bandwidth that you're going to need for that. This was the actual output that we got in the end from one test case in which we did like roughly 6 million requests in I don't remember how long. Grafana tells you over there are the over there we have those core web vital metrics. We get statistics for those. You can also see if those thresholds that you defined were met, which in this case they were not. So basically, you have everything in metrics that you need in there. If your testing environment gets, if your test gets so large that you cannot comfortably run it on a single machine, you can also split up your test case into your test runner into multiple execution segments, which you can also do. In which case you can just have as many machines as you want in parallel, have your test cases run from there, because they're stateless, and you can easily divide them up into separate execution segments and then aggregate the data into a common data source. We started using InfluxDB for that, but then we noticed that this was way over the top for what we needed, because we could also just dump all the metrics we had into a CSV file and then just pipe that into Jupyter, which actually worked out way better. Only thing that you need to be mindful of is that you're getting very detailed metrics on your load test. So in 50 minutes, we got around 30 gigs of CSV files, which may be a strain on whatever machine you're running your Jupyter notebook on, but, well, I paid for 64 gigs of RAM. I'm going to use 64 gigs of RAM. And then you get nice metrics like this. This was from one of the test cases in which we actually, there's an interesting phenomenon happened there, because you can see the point where we hit the CPU limit on the testing machine, which caused the request rate to die down. So that's obviously something to watch out for. And below there we have the largest contentful paint metric, which was okay-ish for most of the test, except that probably we should have started more Chrome instances to have a better average and to reduce the noise a little bit. So before I finish, I have one last important service announcement. If you want to try this out for yourself, it's important to note that these kinds of load tests, some kinds of these load tests, are indistinguishable from denial of service attacks. So if you do not own the infrastructure end to end, please get a permission to attack from your infrastructure provider. As a hosting provider, we typically grant this if you're on your own hardware. On shared infrastructure, obviously not, because you're going to ruin somebody's someplace, sometime you're going to ruin someone's day. And also, if you're in the public cloud, also mind your traffic bill, because if you're paying per gigabyte egress traffic, that might get expensive real quick. So I think I'm only 2 minutes over. So thanks for your attention. If you have any questions, I'm here for the entire day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin. And we do have some time for questions. So let me-
Amazing.
None submitted yet? Anything coming to mind? That was a cool presentation. I liked it very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And as Martin said, if you have any follow-up questions, you'll be here the entire day. So
I will.
just walk up to him and ask your question. And we do have a little present for our speakers.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You get one of our paper ends to take home with you as a mascot, and Neos honey specifically made for us. So enjoy that.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
And next up at 10 a.m. here on the center stage will be Sebastian Helzle with his talk about building better Neos backend modules with HTMX. And on the studio stage, David Sporer will talk about using VR for remote work. Does this actually work? So enjoy your break and see you back at 10.
So welcome back, everyone. Next up is Sebastian Helzle. Last year, some of you might have been in the talk about HDMX, and a couple of you were just flowing the idea around what we can do in the Neos backend with that, and that's what Sebastian will tell us about if we did manage to bring it into a Neos backend and how. Welcome, Sebastian.
So welcome to my talk. We will be building better Neos backend modules with HTMX. Mostly it's about hyperlinks and how to make them even more hyper, or turning everything into a hyperlink. About me, it's always the same slide, but I want to say why I'm up here every day and why I come to the conference all the time and so on, and why I hang around in Neos for so long. Because half a year ago, in January almost, I had a call with my client, our weekly, where we discussed new Neos features and how I could implement his wishes and so on. And then while we were talking, we realized that the first commit to his Neos project was exactly 10 years before. He's my, I think, oldest client, or second to oldest, and for 10 years now, it's the same Neos project. We moved server one time, and we've been updating since Neos 2.1, I think, from back then. It's still fun to work with it. The code base is still good, and every time I work on it, they make it better, and it's always fun. If they want to have something implemented, I do it with joy. They enjoy the system, they love the system, and when people ask me what is great about Neos, is that I say, every time I work with Neos, it's fun, and that's why I spend so much time with Neos, and I'm in Slack and so on, and it's nice that projects can live so long, and that's also some value I want to transport to the clients and potential clients, that you can work with Neos for 10 years and it's still fun. You don't need relaunches and so on. So our agenda, what is HTMX? That will be a short one because that was already explained last year. The rocky road to the workspace UI, which was very rocky. How we made Neos HTMX ready. Some snippets of what we built, the benefits we gained from it, how to get started with a module nowadays, some next steps for the workspace UI and the Neos backend, and some remarks, and then we have a bit of time for questions, I hope. So what is HTMX? The website says it's the high-powered tools for HTML. It offers Ajax, CSS transitions, WebSockets, and so on, all via HTML attributes. What I say to it is it makes pages more fluffy. That's why we need it. And in most use cases, you don't need any custom JavaScript, or only tiny bits of it. So the idea is try to do it without any customizing if possible. It's a small library without dependencies. You put it in, you load it in your module. It's one file. You don't have a builds step. You don't need all those things like, you just put in the file. And because they don't update it so often, you also put it in and then it's fine, it just works. It's intended as a progressive enhancement. So the idea is that everything you build, you don't use it, then you add it, make it fluffy, and it should still work without for the people, especially who would have JavaScript disabled or accessibility, etc. But this is not a problem for the backend because without JavaScript you cannot log in, so we don't need to bother with that. But it's still good to keep in mind because it makes us more flexible. You should check out Dominic's talk from last year. If you want to know more, then I will now talk about, or you check out the website. But still an example from their homepage. When a user clicks on this button, issue an Ajax request to /clicked and replace the entire button with the HTML response. For that, we need a script, include, then have the button, tell it to post to /clicked, and then swap the content that we get into the outer HTML of the button. So the button is gone, and then we have the markup of the response. That's it. We could stop here, but I will explain a bit more. There are other highlights, boosting, so you can tell the page to turn every link and button into a hyperlink that will load the content via Ajax and then replaces the page, so it feels more quicker, the response, because it doesn't do a full reload. That's boosting. You can say wherever, you can also say only a part of the page is boosted. It has a history API, so you can decide if a link or a URL should be appended to the history of the browser. So if you press back, forward, and so on, if this link should be included in that or not. And you can also just modify the navigation bar. You have full control over that. There are some debugging tools that allow you to understand what's going wrong. We had that when we were developing the Workspace UI, that some weird things happened and the debugging tool helped there. There are some core and community extensions which we didn't use. I looked through them. There was nothing we needed, but you can check them out. There are quite a bit. And there are really good examples and demos. Most of the time, we didn't need to check more than the reference, the documentation, and the examples. So no Stack Overflow searching and so on. That's usually not necessary. So the rocky road to the Workspace UI. Every module is different. Here, like this house, you hopefully find all 5 differences. I think I didn't miscalculate. There are various kinds of backend modules. So they're Fluid-based ones. The oldies, the user module, the sites module, the configuration module. Then we have the Fusion-based ones, which you're probably not so aware of, like the login screen is Fusion-based. And the history, which is most of the time disabled because it never really worked properly. Until hopefully soon it will be there, freshly. And then we have some React-based ones, with bits of Fusion and Fluid for the application wrapper. So the Neos UI, the Rectangular UI, the Media UI, etc., and the community plugins, of course, where I think there are also some Alpine and some maybe Angular. I'm not aware of that, but probably some other frameworks and templates that might be there. But what we need for the core is not more different variations, but less, because the focus is on maintainability. So we want minimal or 0 dependencies. Every dependency is a stone that we put in our way at some point in our future way that will fall over. So we don't want that. We want a low risk of regressions through updates or quirks those libraries have, or the complexity and their own bugs that they bring with them. And they should be easy to replace, because we don't know what happens to the library at some point, or the vendor, like React is pushed by Facebook or Meta, and whatever they will do, it will affect us in that case too. And when we build it in a way that we can easily replace it, we can use some other library, and the easier that is, for example, through those attributes, then we profit from that, because at some point we can just remove this bit of code, add something else, and it's good. It should be testable. We want extensibility, because we don't know what you might want to do with our modules, and we have ideas what we want to do in the future with our modules, but we don't fully yet know what we want to or how we will do it. So both of these cases need to be there, and the plugins must be able to add their own functionality to the modules, which simply doesn't work with most of the React modules. It should be readable, because that would make it easier for you to contribute if you actually understand what we're doing there, and you don't need to parse 8, 10, or 10 files or build steps and so on to be able to add your own little functionality or a bug fix or just improve the code a bit. Usability is important. It should be, we want quick interactions, we want low loading times, it should be intuitive, and it should have common components, so not that every module looks a bit different. Our target is that you feel at home no matter what module you use. So the first implementation, I don't know if it's really the first one, but when I joined the project, it was Fluid and jQuery. I don't know if there was one before. And nobody wanted to work on it, really. I don't know. I think since Neos 2, probably, it looked like that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but and we rarely had any improvements to the module, or we had few bug fixes and improvements, and it was just living there, biding its time. So we had regressions often because, for example, in the reviews screen, you have the jQuery, and then you fold the differences in the workspace, the changes, and then it wasn't work properly, and so on. We had performance issues when you had many workspaces, and performance issues if you had many changes. For example, if you have 2,000 changes, the modules get in a bit slow. And it was hard to extend because you had to fully replace the Fluid templates to do anything, and then it wouldn't properly work with updates anymore. jQuery is more or less deprecated because the browser can do almost everything it offered back then. And we consider Fluid deprecated for the core. Not for your packages, you can still use it, but we don't want to add new ones, only remove. The second implementation was Fusion and React. Nobody except me wanted to work on it. I implemented it for the plugin as a plugin for a customer. And because they had those performance issues especially and usability issues, they just needed more information. Who created it? When was it modified? What was it about? What kind of workspace is it? And also old workspaces should be shown that they are a bit old and probably not used anymore. And the changes are loaded asynchronously, and it should load quickly, and you can edit it in dialogues instead of separate pages, all those things. The review process I didn't touch so much. Yeah, that was mostly about it. And I made it with React because I implemented most modules with React, although I always hated. So, large library, React. Few contributions, people don't really like to touch it. Even though there are so many React developers in the world, I don't know. There are few shared components. I use the React UI components from the Neos UI, but they all have quirks. They are not always easy to use, and yeah. And it's a high maintenance JS build. Usually every few months all those builds break because that's how software works. It's not fun. I spend so much time in all those React modules just to keep it possible to build them, and that's it's really weird. Hard to extend and customize. It simply barely was possible to extend it because every time you have a React app, you have to implement your own way of extensibility, and that's also there's no common way. It seems nobody has this problem. The Neos UI solves it, but that's like a big part of code that you would have to ship with every module to achieve something similar. So we decided last year after Dominic's talk, hey, that's interesting. Maybe there's this easier way to build a module. So we did some prototyping, and I said, yes, we want to bring my plugin into the core, but we don't want to ship all this React because we simply can also not decide how we share all those React parts and components between all those modules, because it doesn't make sense that our 10 modules or what we have all have their own React stack, etc. So we want to bring it in. I wanted to try HTMX. I get help by 6 people. That was really cool. Thank you all who helped me with that. And we took all the basic concepts from my plugin. We tried to do it very similar, that it also feels similar because the people who used it liked it. So you have also this changes counts, you have the nesting for deeper nested workspaces, and description, the status. Some things are still missing. They are work in progress, like the last change date and so on. And that you can, I will show that on the next page. You have now the dialogues, native browser dialogues, no JavaScript. The JavaScript only opens those dialogues. HTMX takes care that the content of the dialogue is loaded asynchronously. So we always have dialogues that match the context, and we can give useful information on the buttons and in the text. And here you have the visibility settings. Here we didn't fully implement all the new ACL system from Neos 9 yet. It's a branch where we soon, hopefully with Neos 9.1 or 9.2, allow you to really say for every workspace what group, what role, what user is allowed to work on that workspace in what way. Only read access, read and write, etc. This is still, yeah. The review process is mostly the same still, like the old one without jQuery. It's just implemented natively now. It had some optimization, some improvements, but that's something we want to improve in the future with your help, hopefully. Why did we choose it? Fusion has great extensibility. So all the rendering is done with Fusion. We use Fusion every day. Everyone who creates any kind of component or backend module has something to do with Fusion, so we know how to do it. We can share Fusion components between modules and add as HTMX as a spice on top of it to sprinkle it with all the sparkly sprinkles. So most of the time we try to implement a feature without HTMX to make it work, except the dialogues, and then add the attributes. Can also be done by different people. That also, when we implemented it for 9.0, the module, that helped us because some people, they just wanted to implement the functionality, and later then some other person just made it fluffy again. So to make all that work, we had to adjust Neos a tiny bit so it's HTMX ready. The first thing was to add Flash messages support, that HTMX can handle them. For that, we needed a specific HTTP header Flash message storage that is activated as soon as a HTMX request to the backend is triggered. It detects the header, and then it stores Flash messages in the header instead of the markup or somewhere else. That was very useful. I will show later how then we use those headers. We needed to forward those headers between in the controller when we go from action to action, because sometimes we have an error or we want to lead back to the index, and then the index should also show a Flash message from before. So there was a tiny bug fix necessary. And to show Flash messages, we needed custom JavaScript in the client now, but not a lot. HTMX has an event system. They have lots of events that you can add callbacks to. For example, after the request, we check if our response has Flash messages. Let's say messages. If not, then fine. And if we have some, we call the backend API and tell it to show those Flash messages. And then it's fine. Same for errors or similar. If we get an error response, we check for messages. If there are messages, we don't have to do anything because the other handler already took care of it. And if we have none, we show a custom message that shows the error message because maybe it was not an error from the backend, but from the web server or something else. But that's all our JavaScript now. We're done. So, some snippets. Navigation and browser history. When you, for example, here we have our component. It has various attributes. We first get, we tell it to get, when you click on it, the index URI. When we click it, we also replace the URL in the navigation bar with this URI, and then we push the URI to the navigation history stack. Those two can be merged, I think. The documentation is not 100% clear on that, but I think I will soon adjust this code. But here for showing it, it was helpful, so I left it like it is. And then we have the select and the target. The select and the target are meant to tell HTMX to take that piece from the response and where to put it in our current markup. And then we, at the end with the swap, we say replace the outer HTML of the element that we currently have. You can also target something else. The attributes can grow. That's something I don't like so much about it. There we have to still find some better way to do it, maybe. For example, you have a button that submits a form. First we tell the form, the name of the form, then we name of the action, then the value of the action, then we want to say we submit it, and then the target is that we later want to update the table after we submit it. Then we want to include the form fields, and we want to swap again. And then after the request, we have a bit of inline JavaScript that tells the browser to close the current dialog we have open, because it's about, I didn't say that, it's the publishing dialog. Yeah. And then at the end, we also say we post to the publish changes endpoint. This is a bit hard to explain to people when you say, oh, here, see, that's what it does. That's one point I don't like so much about HTMX. I hope we find a better way, but I don't want to implement our own API for HTMX. So like putting all those attributes into props of the button, then we would need to implement all the HTMX attributes as props. That also doesn't make sense. So if somebody has a nice idea how to make this more readable, human readable, that would be really nice. I'm not exactly sure yet how to do it. I also didn't find any better example yet. There is attribute inheritance and globals, so you can start with the globals. In Fusion, we render some custom components. First, we have the HTMX config. That's just JSON that HTMX will look for in the markup, and it tells HTMX there we have some configuration regarding how to handle errors and some other global configuration we need. We have a Flash message container that is required by the backend API. We have a global indicator. That's the orange bar that will animate at the top of the module. And then we have the content section, and there we have our global attribute. For the indicator, we tell HTMX and all links that are in this content section to use that indicator that we have. As soon as they request something, the indicator should be shown. Afterwards, it should be hidden again. We have enabled the boosting, so all our links are asynchronously. The attribute inheritance works on every level, so you can also enable boosting, and then at some point lower in the markup, you all can also disable it again. We have render cases. We had a lot of them in the beginning, and then after some iterations, we cleaned it up and didn't need so many anymore. So for example, if we want to render call the dialog action, the delete action, if we make a get request, we get the content of the dialog. Request the fragment that renders the content of the dialog, and if we make a post request, we don't need to render anything because we only get the header back that tells us okay or error or something like that. You can make that more elaborate if you have server-side validation and then send a response with the markup for the validation content. But that's a possibility how to do it. I think in most cases you don't really need it. You can automatically tell HTMX, or you can tell HTMX to automatically swap parts. For example, if we have a component that's always there, in this case it's the workspace count at the lower left of the module, every time it spots this counter in the rendered response from the server, it will automatically replace that count. So when you delete a workspace or you add a workspace, this count in the lower left, we just send it as a fragment in the response, and HTMX knows that to put it there to update our little corner with the count. That's very helpful. So what did we gain from it? User experience. Interactions are much quicker. Dialogues are more contextual because we can give them all the properties, the attributes that are required for this, and then we can write text or the button labels, the descriptions and so on match what you are currently doing. We have minimal loading times because the JavaScript is very small. We have barely any custom JavaScript, and most of the time we render small fragments. We are Fusion first, so everyone knows how to modify Fusion. When features are implemented, we can later make them fluffy, as I explained before. We have the context-sensitive dialogues. JavaScript is second place. We rarely need to touch it because we only have those two event handlers. That's basically it, and a bit of inline script. There's not so much else to do in, I guess, most use cases like that. We have no JS artifacts. We are independent in most ways. The controller has absolutely no knowledge of HTMX, so we could also use probably Alpine or whatever other JavaScript library can do something similar, and it would just work. We need maybe a different message storage and have different header names, but beside that, the controller doesn't really care about what we do in the front end. This shouldn't be there. We can focus on what we want to achieve and not focus on how we even build our JavaScript. That's really nice. So how can you get started with a HTMX module? Decide what you want to achieve first before you implement anything. Does the user benefit from whatever you want to use? That's the biggest question. So does your team benefit from the library that you like currently a lot? Do the others even want to work with it? Does your future self benefit? My past self sometimes didn't like what my then past self decided, and my past future self is still happy about the HTMX decision when I need to fix a bug there. And no JavaScript is perfectly fine. It works. With modern browser technology, it's really cool, and CSS, like we learned also yesterday. When you decide on the technology, React is still a good choice for things like the media UI, and if you have super complex state handling, there I think it makes sense to have some kind of helper library, or if you only need state handling, you can also use something else. If you don't need a rendering part, there are good reasons to still use that. The HTMX documentation examples are really good in my perspective, and I think the community is also very responsive if something is weird. And what I really like when as a preparation for this talk, I checked the changelogs of the last HTMX releases. There was barely any code change in there. It was documentation update, documentation update, documentation update. And that's really cool. You can check out existing modules like the Workspace UI now in Neos 9. It's probably not the best HTMX implementation in the world, but that was our first one. So that's a start. And there's also my orphanage plugin for Neos 8. If you lose some child nodes somewhere, you can bring them back. It was my experiment, very first experiment on HTMX. It's a bit less code, so maybe also a good example to check out. In Neos 9, this will not be necessary anymore because we don't create orphans anymore. But Neos 8 is still a bit mean. Next steps. Plans for the Workspace UI. We want to use HTMX for the review process, to speed up your work, to load changes as fragments. So when you have, the idea is to have something like a tree view and it doesn't load all the changes, 1,000 changes when you load it, but you can say what you need, and then it opens, and then it loads what you needed and updates what you need, and so on. So it's really fast to work with it, and you have a better overview. To simplify the HTMX attributes, to prevent this growth of attributes and to make them readable, finish the ACL editor, and for that we need help. Surprise. So if you're interested in any of that, or especially for the improving the review process, that's not only just refactoring, that's really what could be the good concept to review content. We don't want Git, we don't want something complicated there. It must be possible to get a good understanding of what you're actually publishing to your live workspace or shared workspace, whatever, to make that good. And to have image comparison and all of that, nice things. We have plans for other modules. We use HTMX for core modules like the user management and the account management. For the user management, it would be nice that it doesn't reload the whole thing when you delete a user. When you, for example, have 500 users, there could be a lot of things improved with sorting and filtering and so on. Would also be a nice test to implement things like that. There are also examples on the documentation for filtering, for example. And the account management is very cumbersome in Neos because it shows you a lot of things that you don't care about, because mostly you change your password, and that's a lot of clicks. Would be nice if that is easier. And we want to start a Neos component library for backend modules. Bastian Weidelich already created a plugin that does something like that, and he uses it in projects, but we need something similar for the core. And there it would be also great if somebody steps forward and tries to push it a bit and find out what we actually need and stops too long discussions about that because everybody wants a different component, and find a stripped down version that can already cover a lot because everyone would benefit. And if we want to, in the future, have liquid glass interface for Neos, then it's helpful if all the components are shared and have a common theming to look glassy. Again, help, please. It's much easier now. HTMX is quite boring, and that's the good part. It's really approachable. Some remarks. Why not Alpine.js? Alpine.js does a lot of more things. It's also about logic. You can do looping and rendering and stuff like that. We don't want that because it's harder to replace once it's in there. And it's nice. I also used it very successfully in one project was in the front end, that's fine, but here we don't want it. It's also too much baggage. We want server-side rendering. We want to minimize inline scripting. Yeah. Would I rewrite the node types analyzer from React to HTMX? You learned yesterday about it from Sandstorm while they updated it here for Neos 9 live, basically. Thanks Sandstorm for that, because then afterwards I took this pull request and finished it up, and it's now Neos 9 ready. I would rewrite it to HTMX if I have at some point too much time, because here you have a unidirectional interface. You select something on the left, you filter it there, the left updates the center updates the right bar, sidebar, or itself. So that works really well with HTMX, because you just tell it, replace this part. You don't have so many changes like a selection on the right. We don't have a write process, we only read. On the left, I still use the Neos UI node tree. That would be interesting to replace, but that would be also a great component that we use for backend modules, because there are a lot of trees in various backend modules, so it's a challenge for someone who wants to do it. That would be much easier. I wouldn't use React there anymore. And the center is anyway some different script for the rendering of the graph, so that should be fine. Would I rewrite the media UI to HTMX? No. There's so much going on. I use 3 ways of managing state and various other things, and there's so many updates when you change something and select something and filter and so on. For that, React is fine, even though it's a pain to update dependencies and keep just the builds running and the tests running. I recently spent 2 days just to get the tests running again on GitHub Actions. They run again, I have more tests and so on. That's fine, but it's not so much fun to keep it running, but I'm fine with implementing it. The code base is also good. It's not hard to add new features there, but yeah. So that's what I wanted to say about HTMX. It's a boring thing. It's mostly about making hyperlinks more hyper. Try it out, test it, use it in your modules. Take our examples, give feedback, improve our code too, make some pull requests, create some issues if you find them. And now some advertisement, because I can be your Neos anti-aging moisturizer. I can make your Neos projects faster. I can make your editors happier. I can make your developers better, implement plugins, and I can improve the Neos core for you and everyone else. So if you need my help for your Neos projects, please get in touch. Soon I have a bit more time available, and I would love to share my passion for Neos with you and give you a better experience with it. So, questions time. Also love to hear from you afterwards, and you can join the Neos Workspace module chat Slack.
Thank you, Sebastian. So it's so nice of you that you already answered some follow-up questions. But you said you need help, especially to develop the Workspace UI further or to replace other modules. Would it be a good starting point for tomorrow's contribution day?
Yes.
To get up and running?
If one of you wants to work on one of those modules, for example, the user module is very friendly to do that, I can help you. Would love to.
So you are welcome if you're staying until tomorrow, travel, I don't know, about midday. You can start with us at 9 a.m. and we can set you up so you can maybe work on the train or something like that afterwards. And we have also a present for you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So now, following up on this stage, is Daniel with the talk about Code Smarter, Not Harder, how AI coding tools boost your productivity. And the lightning talks will take place on the studio stage. So see you soon.
to my card, I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work and no play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes too sharp, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes too sharp, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I am not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all along. 'Cause every time the push comes too sharp, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. No, I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it gone way too far. No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the preachers told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down. Gonna tear it all down.
Give it up for Jan and Klaus. Welcome back to the main stage, and you're probably here for the next talk, focused on developers. And as Robert has shown us in the keynote, there is this topic that we're all interested about, that we're all talking about, and how is AI shaping what we're doing. So, please welcome on stage with his talk, how AI coding tools can boost your productivity, Daniel Sogel.
Thank you. Thanks for having me here. Yeah, so welcome to my talk about AI coding tools. And first of all, I want to show you this chart. And maybe you heard of Gartner, so they publish this famous graph showing technologies in the so-called hype cycle. And when you take a look at the top, it's here in German, but it's the latest graphic I found in the internet from their website. You can see that AI-supported or based software engineering is currently on the top of this hype cycle. And when you take a look out into the internet, reading about AI coding tools, you see a lot of tools. For example, there's a tool called Bolt. Bolt DIY, vZero, Lovable, Cursor, Ada, GitHub Copilot, of course, Windsurf, Klein. There are a lot of LLMs out there, DeepSeek, OpenAI, Gemini, Anthropic. There's a new post from famous CEOs all the day long that they will release a new cool tool this year that will replace a lot of developers. And there's a new LLM out there that is so much more powerful than the tools released before. So it's really complicated to stay focused. So this is why I'm here for you, to tell you my perspective, my learnings about the power of those tools and which tools I use on a daily basis that are helpful from my perspective. Some words about myself. First, so my name is Daniel Sogel. I'm a software architect working at ThinkTecture. So my company is doing consultancy, so we help developers mainly with .NET and Angular applications. And started last year, we also work a lot with generative AI projects. So we have a lot of customer workshops where they want to explore what is possible and what is not possible when working with AI. And my main focus personally is also front-end development with Angular. So I have technology-based, nothing to do with Neos itself. And also I'm focusing a lot about the developer perspective, how developers can use AI to boost their productivity. You can also follow me on socials if you like to. I write some blog posts. I also release some YouTube videos about the latest AI technologies out there here from the developer perspective. So first of all, I want to show you that there are two categories of AI tools that might be relevant for us developers. So there are prototyping tools on the one side and actual coding tools on the other side. And on the left side, so prototyping tools, there are a few out there. I just want to name a few of them, and I also want to show you later a short demo for one of those tools. And the most famous tools out there is vZero. vZero is developed from a company called Vercel. Maybe you heard from them. So Vercel is a hosting platform, but Vercel is also behind this famous React framework called Next.js. Then there is a tool called Bolt. Maybe you heard of StackBlitz. So StackBlitz is a VS Code-based web IDE where developers can create front-end applications inside a browser. And Bolt is also their tool to generate prototypes. There's also a tool called Bolt DIY. I will come to that later. And on the left edge, you'll see another tool called Lovable. And I will show you a demo later. And why Lovable is, from my perspective, a really useful tool. And on the other hand, there are lots and lots of tools that promises to make you more productive as a software developer. One of those tools I like to use is, for example, Cursor. It's a really famous IDE There's another IDE called Windsurf, for example. Maybe you heard of that IDE because they were bought from OpenAI for $3 billion a few weeks ago. And of course, there's a tool you already know, maybe GitHub Copilot. And there are a few other tools. For example, IntelliJ, or there's also a tool for IntelliJ called June. And there's a plugin called Klein, for example. So I will show you later a short demo using Copilot and Klein, because from my perspective, those tools are the most powerful AI-assisted coding tools out there. So we will take a look later to them. So the first thing is this prototyping stuff, using AI to build POCs. And how can AI help us there? So first of all, I want to try out ideas I have as a software developer using a few prompts. And you can see the tools. This is just a screenshot from Bolt, for example. They look nearly the same. They look like ChatGPT. So when you open those sites, you have normally a prompt window. You can type prompts in it. And you can also connect your data to Figma, for example. So normally designers publish their design systems on the platform called Figma. So you can connect those tools with Figma on screenshots, so they know, how this application should maybe look like at the end. And what's also cool about these tools is that you can use them to create full-stack applications. So maybe you hear, you know that platforms, what are they called? Web app designers like WordPress, for example. Let's use WordPress as an example tool. You can use those tools to create also full-stack applications, because it's based on PHP and you have a SQL database at the end. But front-end developers nowadays, in my tech space, are using normally React or Angular to build their web applications. So those applications or frameworks are not full-stack. So you need some full-stack features using some backend providers. And those tools use Supabase, for example. I will come back to this tool later. So we can use those tools to create full-stack applications with real user authentication, databases, and cloud functions. And you can also, but you should not, deploy those POCs to the public. So I use this meme because you should never use those tools actually to deploy your applications, because this is why I call them POCs. So they are not MVPs applications, there's our POC applications. So we use those tools just to try out some ideas. And I want to give you an example I had in the past. So this is a really long text here, but to keep it simple, I wanted to create a tool that helps me to generate social media posts with the help of the Perplexity API. So Perplexity is the most famous AI-based search engine out there. So I want to use Perplexity API to fetch current knowledge. Because maybe you know, LLMs are trained with older data often. So when you ask them, for example, what's the current date, they don't know this, of course. And I also wanted to use ChatGPT at the end to generate the text for my blog, for example, or for LinkedIn at the end. And there are also some more things I like to do. I want to have authentication and also want to persist that data in the database. And the challenge is to solve this in 10 minutes. Does anyone want to try this in 10 minutes? I don't think so. So this is not possible. And this is just one example that I also have with my clients. So they have a lot of ideas, and in the past they came to us and said, okay, please create me a POC for this or that idea. Then our designer created a design. Then I had to define the architecture, and another one is developer has to build the application. And this took us not 10 minutes, but I would say a week or two in the past. But nowadays we can use tools like, for example, Lovable to create such an application in just a few minutes. So what is Lovable? So here's a screenshot of the UI. As I said, it looks like ChatGPT. It's a really user-friendly interface. It's really simple to use, so you can add your prompts, add Figma, add some JSON data or some screenshots. And underneath, it uses React. Maybe it's interesting to know. And there's also a mode called chat and plan mode, so you can chat with this tool to fine-tune your ideas before Lovable is going to create the code actually for you. There's also this strong Supabase integration. So to keep it short, Supabase is a SaaS service that is able to deploy for you a Postgres database in the cloud. And on this Postgres database, you have user authentication, storage, a normal database, of course, but also something like cloud functions or cloud native functions. And this helps us to build these full stack applications at the end. But there are also some third-party integrations like Stripe for payment, Resend to send mails, and there's also strong OpenAI integration itself. And it's also optimized for GitHub workflows, so you can also export the code to GitHub itself. But let's take a look how this looks like. So this is the prompt I showed you before, a bit more fine-tuned with some more special prompts. So I want to have this or that UI at the end. And when you run this application, or this prompt, you can see on the left side, there's this chat window. On the right side, we will see in a few seconds that Lovable is creating for us actual React code. You can also toggle on the top if you want to see the generated code. So you can also take a look which lines of code Lovable created for you. And you can also show this preview. Now you can see I set it up Supabase. It took me, I don't know, 10 seconds to create a new Supabase project. Then Lovable creates some SQL queries to set up the database, create some tables for the user management. And after a few seconds more, this application is functionality-based finished. Let's wait. So there are a few more prompts. So now login should work after a few more fine-tuning here because there was an issue in the first place. And after a few more seconds, here's a demo about the application that should currently work. But because I have a few more minutes left, I can show you the actual demo. So this is the application I created before. There's a real login. So now I'm logging in with my real user account. And now we can try it out if it's working. For example, create me a post about the NeosCon 2025. And this should be posted later on LinkedIn, for example, and it should be informative. And now I can click Generate Posts. And now this application will call the Perplexity API in the backend to fetch knowledge about the NeosCon 2025 and also some facts about about Neos itself. And now we can see here, for example, here's the research information, so we can take a look. So we can see the date should be correct, the location is also correct, and what to expect. So there are some informations fetched from the website, as it looks like, and there's the blog post at the end. So this looks also, I would say, correct. Yeah. So this was not possible before without tools like that. So as I said in the past, we had to work days or weeks with our customers to create those ideas that they have into a POC, and now I can use a tool like Lovable to try out these ideas in just a few minutes. So this helps me personally to save a lot, and also in the past, maybe you also, like me, trying something out at the weekend, creating a new GitHub repository, working 2 or 3 days on it, and after that time you never touch this project ever again, so you lost 3 days of work for nothing, more or less. So now I can, as I said, try out my ideas I have in a few minutes. And if I see this idea is working or not, then I can go on creating actual code I'd like to work on with. There's another application, and there's no demo for that, but you can also take a look into that if you want to by yourself. It's called Bolt DIY. This is a fork of Bolt itself. Bolt itself is open source. So they forked this project, and you are able to run Bolt DIY on your local machine. You can also deploy it if you want to. And the cool thing is that you can use local LLMs if you want to. So there's this tool called Ollama. With Ollama, you can run LLMs on your local machine. So you can use Bolt DIY on your machine to try out your ideas with any web framework out there. So they support any framework that is able to run on Node.js, or PHP is also supported. So this is also a really cool tool. I normally work with when it comes to local environments. So I'm maybe offline, traveling with the Deutsche Bahn, then I cannot use tools like Lovable. So the pros and cons, maybe a short overview. So of course, one of the pros is we can develop POCs really, really fast with those tools. We don't need local setup. This is also maybe important, also for my clients, for example. So we don't have time to tell them how they can set up Node.js, how they can set up a database, and so on. So this also saves a lot of time. We get immediately visual feedback. So when we like to change the colors, for example, or maybe increase the font size, there's directly feedback because it's only one click away or one prompt away. And also I like this Supabase integration. This helps me, of course, to build full stack applications at the end. But there are also some cons. When it comes to those tools, of course, the first downside is costs, so you have to pay a lot. It depends on the project size, but of course you cannot use those tools for free, so you have to pay for tokens. The code is also not ready for production, so you can try out your ideas, but I would never try to use those generated code to deploy it to production, because the code can look messy or there are some bugs maybe inside. And there's also this vendor locked in, so you cannot maybe move one project from Lovable to Bolt DIY, for example, or vice versa, or you can also not use your existing projects to work with those tools. So this is also a big downside. And limited framework support, so mostly those tools only support React. So this is why, personally, I'm a software developer, so I cannot build just the whole day some POCs. Of course, it's a lot of fun to see your ideas working, but at the end, I have to write real working code for my customers, production-ready code. So this is why I have to take a look into, useful tools. And one of those tools I'd like to show later, as I said, is Copilot and Klein. This is the icon on the right side. So for me, important is that those tools I like to use are flexible, so I can use them in multiple IDEs. For example, I work with Visual Studio Code, but a lot of colleagues are using NeoVim or using WebStorm, for example. So I need tools that can be used in various IDEs at the end. And what I also like to do, or a feature that is really important, is that I can give the tools context about my projects. So it's important that those projects know my project architecture, my used libraries, and so on. So this is also important. And I also want to use different LLMs. So for example, maybe DeepSeek was released, and DeepSeek costs only a tenth of ChatGPT models, for example. So it's maybe also interesting or to be able to switch between LLMs to save money, or to use a more advanced LLM when it comes, for example, for more context. When I need more context, then I can use Gemini, for example. And I also want to use external context like images, documentations, websites, and so on. And this is something I like to use with the help of MCP servers. Do you know what MCP servers are? Raise your hands. 1, 2. Okay, so I will come back to that later. Yes. So let's take a look. The first example or tool I like to highlight is GitHub Copilot, because from my perspective, this tool is cost efficient, because you only have to pay $10 per month to use the Pro models. It provides various modes. So there's this chat mode, so you can only ask questions the AI. There's also this edit and agent mode. So the agent mode is able to fetch content automatically. So it scans your project, it understands the context, it can fetches external knowledge from APIs or websites, but it can also create code, generate code, and run commands on the terminal for you. And what's also possible, there are more and more features added to Copilot. For example, you can also review your code. So there's a mode, a code review code mode inside Copilot that helps you to review your code. And you can also use different LLMs. So before I show you a short demo, what is possible nowadays with GitHub Copilot, I want to give you a short introduction what MCP is. So MCP stands for Model Context Protocol. And it's an open source protocol developed by Anthropic. So Anthropic is the company behind the LLM called Sonnet. Maybe you heard of that model. So Sonnet is I would say, currently the best model optimized for coding. So it's an open source protocol, as I said, and it provides a consistent way for LLMs to interact with external resources. And this is important because LLMs are trained with some data, maybe a year ago. And when it comes to your projects, maybe you have a database, stored some data, of course. You have some, I don't know, Jira dashboards or Confluence pages. So those LLMs are not familiar with your data, of course. So you need a way to give LLMs access to those kind of data. So it acts like a USB standard at the end. So there's this graphic showing you what is possible. So there are multiple MCP servers out there. So there are official servers from GitHub, Atlassian, so you can connect it to Confluence, Jira, and so on. Stripe, databases, so there are servers for Postgres databases, SQL databases. And at the end, you can see on the left side, there are our MCP hosts. So this can be your IDE, your coding plugin, it can be your smartphone, but it can also be an application like Claude Desktop. So because there are also some, we have developers on the one hand, but of the other hand, we have, for example, product owners. They can also use AI tools for better productivity, and of course, also their tools need connection to our company knowledge. And this is more or less what MCP, this protocol does. At the end, the MCP servers are only sending text back to your LLMs. So because LLMs are text-based, for example, the LLM ask, list me all open issues, or please fetch the open issue number 2, take a look into this issue and create a plan how to resolve that issue, for example. And this is, from my perspective, the key for useful AI coding setups nowadays. Otherwise, as I said, those LLMs don't have the knowledge they need to work in your environments. And there's this short demo I'd like to show you. So this is a GitHub repository at the end I'm connected to. And on the right side, you can see the GitHub Copilot agent mode. And now I can ask the agent mode, okay, please show me the latest user stories from GitHub. And now you can see this is the latest story fetched from GitHub. So the story describes how to create a feature to manage users in your application. And now I can tell him, okay, thanks for fetching. Now please create a step-by-step guide. So I want to know how can I personally create this feature step by step. This looks also cool because now he has the knowledge about this ticket. He has also gained the knowledge about the existing data models in the project. And after that, I asked him, okay, now I need a library maybe to validate those schemas I created in the backend later. So in the front end, I can make sure that when I send data to the backend, or the backend sends me data, I know this data is type safe. So then I asked him, okay, show me which libraries I could use, for example. And he told me there's a library called SOD, for example. And then I asked him, okay, looks great. Please fetch more information about SOD. And after that, I told him, I told the agent mode, please go on and create me the code for me. Now you can see how this agent mode works. So it creates files for me, and you can always interact with the agent mode and ask questions, for example. This is also working. So those tools are not just here for generating code itself. You can also use them to ask questions like which libraries I can use, tell me something about the software architecture of this project, and so on. There's another real cool tool I like to show you. It's called Klein, and this tool is really, really advanced. And first, you can integrate this plugin currently only in Visual Studio Code. So this is not working with the IntelliJ IDEs out there, sadly. But currently, as I said, only working in Visual Studio Code. And the cool thing about that tool is that it's using on-device processing. So there is no another service between you and the LLMs. So when you use GitHub Copilot, for example, the data is processed by Microsoft, so you don't know what they are doing with that kind of data. And with Klein, you connect your project directly to an LLM service, so you can use local LLMs, or you can use hosted LLMs from ChatGPT, for example. And then you can use any LLM out there. So it's possible to use any LLM you like to use. So when there's a new model released, you can try it out directly. And the cool thing about Klein is that they provide a mode called Plan and Act mode. Why is this important? Because maybe you also tried it out with GitHub Copilot or other tools. You start working with that kind of tools, and they generate a lot of lines of code for you. But maybe they're doing some mistakes, and then you are in this infinite loop of telling the AI, okay, you did something wrong, please adjust it. Okay, the interface is still not designed like I wanted you to design it. Please go on, continue. Then the AI has to refactor everything again and again and again, and this is really frustrating. And the cool thing about this plan mode is that Klein acts as a software architect. So you can say, okay, I want to add this feature to my application or to my library. And please help me to resolve that. And then Klein goes on and takes a look into your prompt, of course, and then it creates a detailed plan how to resolve that. So it shows you, okay, which data models you might have to create, how the UI structure can look like, how the architecture can look like. What's also cool is that Klein asks you questions. So if the prompt is not clear enough, Klein asks you, okay, I need more information to help you out there. Because when you ask ChatGPT, maybe you give them a really dumb prompt, they will try to solve it. And if there are informations are missing, that they start to hallucinate. So they try to create some dummy data maybe that is not really working for you at the end, just because they like to help you out with your prompt. And there are some more things, like there's also this MCP support, and there's also a feature called Memory Bank. So this tool internally creates markdown files to document the progress. So this helps then this tool later to understand what it has done before and how your project is looking like, for example. So this is Klein. So at the end, it's not that looking great maybe. It's just a prompt window on the bottom. And in this demo, I'm working in an existing project. So I have an existing database. I also have existing models. I think I have over 100K lines of code in this project. So it's a really, really large project. And so I asked Klein, okay, I want to add a new feature to the application that allows users to add remote MCP servers. So this application, you can create MCP servers to share them with other developers, to keep it shortly. And so I wanted to add a new feature to be able to add remote MCP servers. I also added some more information. So I said, okay, please take a look into the existing implementation of the current models I created. I also want you to show me the data model you plan to create, so I can take a look into them before Klein actually creates those files. And I also told Klein to use the connection to my Supabase server. So at the end, Supabase, as I said, is just a Postgres database. So clients should also connect to the Postgres database to see how my database is structured. And then I can go on. And on the top, you can see my prompt, but you can also see here the tokens on the left side. So you can see how much tokens you have sent it to the LLM, how much tokens the LLM sent it you back. And on the right side here, you can also see the costs. So you can see how much money you have burned using some prompts. So I used an expensive model here. I used Claude 3.7 Sonnet Thinking, so it's a reasoning model, and reasoning models are kind of expensive. Now we can see here, for example, Klein is able to create mermaid diagrams, so we can take a look here in the UI structure, how the UI will look like. Klein will create for me later. I can also take a look into the database relation model, so I can see which models client wants to create and how the connection between those is. And now I ask client here, okay, this looks fine from my perspective. Now I told client, okay, now please connect to the database again and make sure that the model you wanted to create for me fits to the current database scheme. I know we can see here, I think it's a bit fast maybe, but at the end, yeah, it's calling the database and the database sends me back JSON. So it's text at the end, and the LLM, of course, is able to understand those texts for me. And now it's creating some demo code or some dummy code I can take a look at. And at the end, there are some steps. Maybe I can pause it. Maybe give me a second. Is it possible to scroll back? Yes, it is. So you can see here now the implementation steps. So in implementation step 1, create a database migration, then update the schemas for the validation of those models, then update the server suggestion, that is a feature in the application, update server actions to handle those new fields, so update the backend, update display components to be able to show this new field added to the existing data model, and at the end, for example, here documented changes for users, so it also updates at the end the documentation hosted on GitHub in this case. Yeah, okay. Maybe I stopped the demo, but at the end you can see it also goes on and creating those files for me. So it looks like with working with GitHub Copilot and so on. So when I say, okay, it's working fine from my perspective, you can toggle to the act mode. And when running in the act mode, client goes on and creating those files for you. So what's the future maybe, or an outlook to the future when it comes to software development with the help of AI assistants? So from my perspective, developers use AI tools not in every task, so they use them fine-grained. This is my perspective. So when it comes to some monkey code working, for example, in my tech stack, I have to work a lot with stores. So Signal Store is a library. I have to use an Angular to manage multiple states in our applications. This is boilerplate code. And for example, for those tasks, of course, I can use AI really efficiently to say, okay, here's this data model, please create this store for me, because it's repetitive code. So I can save a lot of time for those stupid tasks by creating boilerplate code for me. But what I think is also important, that we use those tools under the supervision of a developer. So this also, when I talk with clients, they normally ask me, okay, so after showing me those tools, do we even need more developers in the future? This is often a question I hear. And of course, we need developers because you can see those tools can generate a lot of code, but we need people that understand the code at the end, of course. So we need still the knowledge, okay, is this code working? Are there security risks inside? Is this code matching our architecture and so on? So it's really important to have developers that understand what those tools are generating. For junior developers, they can use AI to learn faster. So when I started learning software development, there was something called Stack Overflow. When there was a bug, I have to go to Stack Overflow. Maybe someone else already had this bug. Otherwise, I have to create a new bug report or move over to GitHub and search through the issues. So this took me a lot of time. But of course, at the end, I was able to learn how to use software development frameworks like Angular, for example. But for example, my brother is 6 years younger. He studies nothing that has nothing to do with software development in the end, or computer science. But he was able to learn Python in a few weeks with the help of ChatGPT, because he asked ChatGPT, hey, I want to learn Python, so please help me to learn this programming language. So you can use AI also to learn a lot. You can also use AI, for example, when you work in an existing project. Okay, please explain me the project, please explain me the architecture and so on. This is also working really great. So yeah, AI tools will be part of our software development toolbox, something like Git. So 10 years ago, I would say 10 years ago, I had some colleagues that worked with SVN instead of Git, for example, and now Git is the de facto standard for developers. And I would also say, yeah, working with AI tools in a few years will be also the standard. So there will be no, hopefully, or I think so, there's no developer at the end that is not using any of those AI-assisted tools. And what's also important, of course, efficient prompting. So it's important to define what you want to do or what you like to let to generate the AI tools. You have to prompt, of course. And it's important to know how to prompt in a good way. A short cheat sheet maybe that's interesting for you, how I use those tools at the end for my current or daily workflows. The first thing I like to do when it comes to a new greenfield project, for example, I go on and use tools like ChatGPT and ask them, okay, help me to create a good architecture for that project with the needs from the client, or help me to discover some useful libraries or tools out there I can use for this project. Then I start prototyping, so I use Lovable mostly to try out the ideas, my personal ideas or the ideas of the customers, to try them out together with the customer. And if we see, okay, this idea can work, the application looks not that bad, then I go over and write actual code. And normally I use Copilot most of the time, but I also like to use Klein when it comes to heavy tasks, when it comes to architecture decisions, and I need a lot of context, then I use Klein because from my perspective, this tool produces the best results at the end. It's expensive to use, but the results are really good. Then iterative development. This is also important, so don't try to let the AI solve a full task manually or automatically in this case. Just use AI in cases when it makes sense. So don't ask Copilot, please create this feature for me. At the end, it will produce you hundreds of lines of code that might not work. So maybe start with something simpler like, okay, help me to specify the database model for this task, and then you can refine the results of those tools. So this is really important. Plan before execution. And at the end, as I said before, we need humans to supervise those tools. We have to make sure we understand the code that those tools are producing. We also need humans later to optimize costs. So it depends on which models you are using, for example. And the quality control at the end is really important. So we should still be able to understand what those tools are producing at the end. So this was my quick overview about the tools I used for AI-assisted coding. Feel free to follow me on socials, as I said. I and my company producing some webinars for free online. So we'll also find videos about AI itself, so how to set up a rack, for example, if you're interested in something like that. So feel free to follow me on socials. And thanks for your attention. And that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have some questions.
Great.
And we do have some time for questions.
Yeah, sure.
So that's great. Thank you very much for the presentation. The first question we have is from Christina, and she wants to know, do you have some recommendations how to choose which model to use, or do the tools usually suggest the best?
Mm-hmm. Currently it's not that easy to choose the right model because it depends on the tools you are using. So a few days ago, GitHub Copilot changed their payment model. So they have free-to-use models. So when you use the $10 option, you can use the GPT models for free. But when you like to use models that, for example, are reasoning models, you have to pay up to 10 times more compared to the free plan. So it depends on the task. So when you have a normal task like, I don't know, generate me a unit test, you can use a GPT model because it's cheap and it's simple to use. But if you need more context, for example, in your for your task, because you have a really large database structure, then you have to use LLMs with a larger context window. So you can use, for example, Gemini Pro models. But of course, at the end, they are expensive. So it's not that simple, but I would say in the future that those tools will choose the model for you. But currently, you have to take a look which models are supported and what are the limits of them.
Okay, thank you. Another question by Mark. Have you tried long-running agents which can run in the background and then you come back and look at the results?
Yeah, I play around with those tools. For example, Cursor, this IDE based also on Visual Studio Code, introduced background agents, for example. So you can, for example, ask them, okay, build me a store management or UI. You close the application, and then you will receive a notification that the task was done. But this is not how I like to work with those tools, because, as I said, I use them for smaller tasks, and I don't want to use them for larger tasks, because then they work like 10 minutes in the background, created 100 lines of code, and at the end, those lines of code maybe not working or not matching my architecture. So this is why I like to avoid those tools currently.
Okay, thank you for your perspective on that. There's another question by Andre. Have you used open source models via Ollama for your work? And do you have specific tips there?
Yeah, so the main problem of those LLMs is that they are really slow, of course. I have a maxed out MacBook Pro M3, so it costs, I don't know, 5K. But also in this machine, it's really slow to work with Ollama to run those models. But it's cool for demos. So for example, when I use Bolt DIY, then I can show clients, okay, you can use those tools to connect to your local running models when you work with secure data, for example. So you don't want to share them externally. But at the end, those tools or LLMs are really slow. So yeah.
Okay. And another question we have, when you start with a proof of concept, and that is created by using the tools you just showed us, do you use the code created by those tools and transform that into production code, or what's your process there?
No, I don't like to use the tool they generate. I would say Lovable, for example, creates good code, so the code is readable. It's, from my perspective, not that bad. But at the end, I don't want to use this code because, for me, it's just a validation of the ideas I have. At the end, when it comes to real production code, it makes more sense to, create code manually by yourself because, as I said, there's this vendor locked in. So those tools create code that fits for them in their workflows. So normally, the code they produce might not fit into your architecture. So you cannot just copy paste it. So try to create the code manually at the end. But of course, you can take a look into the code they produce as a template. But don't try to copy and paste it.
Okay, there's more questions coming in. We probably won't have time for all of them, so I'll try to pick. Do you have experience in integrating or using AI tools in large code bases where there's a lot of domain-specific knowledge in there? MCP servers, what's your take?
One thing you need to do when you come to an existing project, what's working really good, for example, you can ask Copilot or any other tool, take a look into the code base and create me a markdown file describing, for example, the architecture, some principles they are using in this project, and create me a summary of this architecture or what it's important for that tool. And then you can use this markdown file as an extra context for your prompts. So this helps then the LLMs to understand the project itself because you cannot use the full lines of code in your LLM. This is not possible. So you need to use this workflow, create summaries in markdown files and provide those markdown files to the LLM.
Okay.
This helps a lot.
Thank you for sharing your insights. And final question, because we've been thinking about the impact of AI and what it costs, not only in terms of money to run that, but of course there's huge server farms and used for our prompts. Do you have a perspective on this environmental impact? The electricity bills we're creating.
Yeah, good question. I would argue, I'm not that deep into that topic, of course, but I would argue that I think it's more efficient to use LLMs at the end to produce something, because when you work, I don't know, you sit 8 hours on the monitor, try something out, maybe you save a lot of time, not just time, but also resources when you ask an LLM to create this for you in a few seconds. I would argue this would cost less, maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, I hear some podcasts about that topic in the past, so there are different perspectives to that topic, but I'm not sure if it's this or the other perspective is more right. So yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for sharing all those insights with us on how to use AI coding tools to boost our productivity. Thank you so much, Daniel. And we have some speaker presents for you.
Great.
So we have this nice paper
Okay, it's
and
also for me,
to
yes.
remind you of your NeosCon experience, and some honey to take home
nice.
with you. So
Thank you
very
very
much for
Thank you.
being
Thank
here.
you for having me.
And with that, we are on time for lunch break. So enjoy your lunch break until 1 p.m. and then come back to the main stage for Juliet Reiner-Vollmer's talk about resurrecting the dead, or go to the studio stage for Katrin's talk about what even is semantic HTML. Enjoy your lunch break.
Choke it up. Roll it up.
Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent. Be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, you weren't one. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ridiculous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. Bored. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry, I made you love me. Sorry, I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry, you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored with you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it, but
I punch in my card, I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work and no play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing, nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. Nothing at all. Yeah, I am not the favorite son, but I'm the one who's been here all along. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. No, I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can have it all. I don't want nothing at all, unless I can too far. No, nothing gonna help you when it falls apart. The prophets and the preachers told you, but you covered your ears, and now the end is near. Gonna tear it all down. 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 Call it revolution. Call it whatever you need. Make your
from the vine. Love me so, or love me not. I'm afraid that these thoughts will not stop. Please take me from this place. Please save me from this space in my head. Poison creeping through my veins. Every moment I'm not saying your name. Oh, I
Look it up. Roll it up.
Don't know what day it is, but I know that I wanna spend it with you. Won't act so innocent, be careful to know that I'm telling the truth. But sorry I made you love me. Sorry you weren't one. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. It's ambiguous. Promise I'm not trying to make you a fool. I'm not trying to make you a fool. You just need some insurance. Your eyes fall out when I walk in a room. When I walk into a room. Sorry I made you love me. Sorry I'm who you adore. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. I don't wanna watch you take it too far, and I don't wanna see you leave you a scar. I don't wanna watch you run away, run away, run away. I'm so bored. I don't wanna see you. Sorry you weren't one. I know how bad you want it, but you're not getting more. I was just bored. I was just bored. Bored. I was just bored. No, I was bored. With you. No, I was bored. I know how bad you want it, but
I punch in my card, I know what it costs. Yeah, I put in the work that you don't. Day after day, I work in no play. Yeah, I'll do all the things that you won't. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing at all. 'Cause I want everything and nothing, 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 nothing at all. Don't care what you think or what you believe, 'cause I'm gonna turn the world upside down. If you want a shot, just step in the ring. Yeah, I'ma shake your bones like thunder. Even when my feet get tired, I will keep on moving higher. I'm the story you don't speak of. I'm the one they call the underdog. 'Cause every time the push comes to shove, I'm climbing over you to reach the top. 'Cause I want everything and nothing at all. Yeah, I want everything and nothing.
Woo! Thank you, Jan and Klaus again. And I'm happy to see a couple of people still coming in. It's always a difficult spot to be here after the lunch break, so I'm quite happy to have a few people sitting in the audience already. And maybe this the talks topic is quite fitting for a second day at the conference to resurrecting the dead. Apparently you have come out of bed already, you've been to a few talks, so let's see what Juliet has in store for us. Welcome on stage, Juliet.
Thank you. So yes, we're going to talk about resurrecting the dead, tales of an accidental maintainer. Now, before you wonder, there are projects for which I'm a deliberate maintainer, where I'm not the accidental maintainer, which I started from scratch, which I maintain like that. But there's also a project for which I'm an accidental maintainer. Now, what is an accidental maintainer? Quite often, these are projects where I'd never even looked at the code base before. But I used them, and something was failing, something was going wrong, and the maintainer wasn't picking them up. So these are some examples of projects for which I became the accidental maintainer. Now, how does this happen? Right, normally it means something in my project or in my CI pipeline is failing, so I submit a patch to fix it, quite often to do with a new PHP version. And that patch then gets a failing CI build in the project. And I then look at the CI and realize this has nothing to do with my patch, but the CI is wildly out of date. It might still be on Travis, it may be they're using outdated dependencies, which is why their CI is failing. So I then submit another 3 PRs to fix their CI. And then the waiting game begins. And sometimes, depending on the project, community pressure starts building up. People start saying, can this please be merged? Pinging the maintainer. At some point, after a few months, saying, can you please just take over the project because we need this as well? Keep in mind, community pressure is also how the exec-utils vulnerability happened. Do you all know exec-utils? If you don't, look it up after the talk on the internet. It's an interesting story. It's the biggest vulnerability on the internet which would have happened and only just got prevented in time. Last year. Right, so after about 6 months of this community pressure and nothing happening, depending on how essential the dependency is for me, I sometimes end up taking over. Now, the latest in this list is PHP Code Sniffer. So I'm now the official maintainer of PHP Code Sniffer. Now, yeah, Code Sniffer does have a little bit of a different backstory. I was actually already an active contributor for about 8 years. And the official maintainer had been becoming less and less active for about 4 or 5 years. And yeah, at some point he pinged me privately saying, I'm going to abandon the project. I'm just not going to do it anymore. And realistically, this project was too big to fail. Something like 500,000 dependents. That's too big to fail. And just in case, just making sure, is there anyone here who's never heard of PHP Code Sniffer? Okay, a few. In the PHP world, there's basically 2 typical go-to tools for checking code style and sometimes part of code quality: CS Fixer and PHP Code Sniffer. And PHP Code Sniffer is the biggest of the 2. Also, PHP Code Sniffer has about 3 times as many features as CS Fixer. So, yeah, 500,000 dependents. I had other plans, but what do you do? So, how does this happen? Well, you originally start a project and it's greenfields and nice. And sometimes you just start a project because you want to explore a new technology or you want to just try something out. And if that works well, then it might become a popular project and mature, and you make sure there's tests, and you make sure the code base is clean, and that's the stage where you really want your project to be, a mature project with contributors from outside. Then, you know, life happens, so sometimes the project then becomes a zombie project. Where, yeah, it's still maintained, but not as actively, and, you know, it takes longer before PRs get merged. And it's perfectly fine if that happens once in a while, and it's perfectly fine to rotate between those mature and zombie states. Preferably, you stay in the mature stage, but still, the zombie stage is something which happens to every project at some point. And then sometimes, yeah, that happens. So what is the reason for abandoning a project? Anyone? Well, there literally is just one answer, and that's called life happens. And whether that is because you meet someone wonderful and start a family, or because you get a different job and your job doesn't permit you to contribute to open source, or you just get a job in a completely different field. Or maybe your parents are getting elderly and they need care, and it falls to you to help them. Or, yeah, health. Sometimes your body just does things which you don't expect. And I'm not saying this as a situation which is a hypothetical future. This is already happening. One of the other projects for which, again, I became an accidental maintainer is the Composer plugin for PHP Code Sniffer. Originally, we started out with 3 maintainers. Currently, we're 2. Why? Because the third one has a terminal brain tumor. This is someone I don't even know their age, somewhere in their 30s, beginning of 40s, and they have a terminal brain tumor. And what, to me, is the scariest thing about this, I wouldn't even know about this if it weren't for the fact that we have off GitHub Contact. Because it's not as if you open an issue in the repo and say, oh, I'm going to have to step down as a maintainer because I have a terminal brain tumor. This is happening, and it may be happening to your project, and you are not aware of it, you don't know about it, because this is not something you communicate via an issue on GitHub. This is a reality. And one thing I also want to call out in the life happens category is mental health. Maintainer burnout is a real thing. Now, the typical path to maintainer burnout is, maintainer saying, I need help, please give me funding so I can balance my work-life balance better and spend more time on the open source project. And companies then go and say, like, I heard help, and they put people on the project. So now the people who got put on the project are generally people who've never contributed to the project before. So now the project is flooded with low-quality PRs, which are basically not mergeable in any reasonable time. And this overloaded maintainer who needed funding to improve their work-life balance is overloaded even more and starts getting community pressure to merge PRs which are crap, has to defend themselves against that, tries to ignore those PRs, and at some point screams out help again, and the cycle continues. This is the road to maintainer burnout. Please do not be that company which does that. Right, so now a project is being abandoned. Now what? Sometimes there is a one-on-one replacement. Sometimes you can just swap out one project for another. The interface, the API may be similar, and sometimes it's not that much work. But a lot of times that's not the case. And if, say you are an agency and all your sites, all the projects you maintain as an agency are built on Neos, and Neos would be abandoned. Now, you might say, okay, then we switch to Typo 3, but that would still be a lot of work, and your customers may not want to pay for it. A dependency being abandoned, depending on how critical that dependency is for your project, might mean bankruptcy for your company. This is what you really need to realize. So sometimes it might even be more beneficial for the company to decide to hire someone to maintain that project so you can continue to keep using it. It's not always as easy. So, what happens when a project gets abandoned? What are the options? Well, sometimes you can add a new admin, but this is not always the case. In a personal GitHub account, you can add committers to a project, but you can't add a new admin. In a company organization, you might want to add committers to the project, but it's very rare that an external person will be allowed to be admin in a project in a company organization. So this is not always an option. It is the best scenario. The second best scenario is transferring the repo, preferably to a dedicated organization. I'll come back to that. The good thing about that is that your users will continue to be able to find you because GitHub will automatically redirect the URL from the old repo to the new one. You keep the history, you keep the issues, you keep the PRs. You will lose the GitHub Pages address if you're using that, but you keep everything else. So that's second best scenario. The third, and you really preferably would not want that, is you have to fork the repo. This is what happened with CodeSniffer. I had to fork the repo. The original maintainer did make it a blessed fork, as in he very much supported me taking over, but he did not want to transfer the repo. What that means is you lose access to all the history of the project. You lose the issues, you lose the PRs, you lose the wiki, you lose GitHub Pages address. All of that is gone, and you have to start from scratch. And by the way, do defork the repo when you fork an essential dependency. The thing is, otherwise the PRs will still go to the old repo. Not a good thing. So forking, not great, but for CodeSniffer, I've been blessed that the maintainer at least let me keep the packages name for the composer name for the project, which helped. But every 5 users had to change their setup. Every person who used the FAR downloads, every person who used the clones of the repo, they all had to change their CI, their setups, to account for the fact that the project moved. The last option is, yeah, let it die. Now you may say, okay, but that just means that someone else will fork it. And yes, that will happen. About 10 or 20 people will do that. And then nobody knows where to contribute. Nobody knows what the canonical fork is. And a year later, the project is still dead. So do not have the illusion that that if it's a non-blessed fork, that it will survive. Having that communication that something is the canonical successor really does help to keep the project alive. Right. So what does it mean to be a maintainer? Well, you know, nothing ever just works. You may think it does. No, it does not. Things change, whether it's a new PHP version coming out or Composer making it a requirement that plugins have to have permission to be run, or a new PHP unit version coming out, or Travis suddenly deciding, oh, see, we're going to no longer support open source for free. There's always something to be done just to keep the project running. Nothing ever just works. So what does maintaining mean? Maintaining is keeping things running, primarily. Maintaining means unblocking contributors, making sure that CI is still passing at any point, so your contributors will get a passing PR if their PR is good enough. Maintaining also means envisioning the future. I have plans for 2-3 majors in the future. I've not published all those plans because I don't want to overpromise. But I do envision the future. I do envision where I'm going and how to get there, and what small steps I need to take now to be able to get there in a few years. That is maintaining. What maintaining is not is doing bug fixes and new features. And yeah, that's painful because I really love developing. I really love coding. So yeah, I'd like to do more of that, but at the same time, that's not my priority anymore. My task in bug fixes and new features is guiding contributors, helping others, giving others the platform to shine. You want to grow a community around the project. You don't want to be the sole maintainer. So to grow that community, you need to give people the opportunity to contribute. And bug fixes and new features are the best place to start. So how do we prevent getting into a situation of abandonment? Well, yeah. Let's have a look at healthy versus unhealthy project. And I'm presuming all of you know this, but just to reiterate, a healthy project generally has multiple maintainers. It then has a layer around that with regular contributors who, you know, maybe do 1 PR a month, but come back and continuously contribute. And then you have the occasional, or as I often call them, the drive-by contributors, the people who once in a while contribute something and or just throw it over the fence and just hope that you do something with it. They just provide a PR to scratch their own itch and then continue with their life. In a healthy project, people can move between these circles. So a maintainer can decide, I want to step back for a while because life, and become a regular contributor. A drive-by contributor might become a regular contributor for a certain period because their employer allows them to, or, you know, people move between these circles, and you can because there's enough people in each circle. Unhealthy project, you have a sole maintainer, and you have very few occasional contributors. That's what you really don't want, but at the same time, this is the reality of the vast majority of open source projects. So what we need to do is we need to start doing succession management. Now, what is succession management? First of all, start documenting the project. Document what is, how you accept PRs. Document the release process. Document what your policies are for accepting new features. Document how you decide upon where to go into the future. Document. Activate the community. Try to get more contributors. One way to do it is to improve the contributing file. I mean, when I started and took over CodeSniffer, the contributing file was this. It's now this. Why did I expand it so much? On the one hand, to give people lots of different information, lots of places to start contributing. Also to set them up for success, to give them lots of information on when a PR will be accepted, what they need to comply with. Set people up for success, help them to become contributors and successful contributors to your project. Another thing I've done is I've created a community CC list. Now, this is a project, CodeSniffer, which has a huge ecosystem around it. It's used in IDEs, it has lots of external standards, it has lots of integrations. So any decision I take might be a breaking change and will impact those external standards, might impact integrators. So anything which makes that kind of change, I will add a CC with a list of people who have volunteered to be on that list so they can give their opinion. They are interested parties, they are involved parties, they have vested interest in keeping CodeSniffer alive and also helping guide it to the future. And I asked for their opinion. I've asked for their guidance, because I don't know everything either. Next step, identify candidates for eventually becoming a maintainer. Identify your regular contributors, approach them and ask whether they want to be coached, whether they'd be interested in maybe potentially becoming a maintainer at some point. Validate your trust in these people, because again, exec-utils. And for CodeSniffer, this is really something I'm very aware of. We have auto-fixers. That means if I were a malicious maintainer, I could literally inject security vulnerabilities in 500,000 of the top PHP projects, just by people running the auto-fixers. So I have to be very, very careful. Who I give commit rights, I need to be able to trust them to take the right decisions and to spot those kind of risks. Promote them when they're ready, and funding, and I'll come back to that later. Now, how do you do that? Another thing in this whole story about succession management is making sure, even if you're still growing the community, even if you're still the sole maintainer, make sure someone else has the keys to the castle, that you're not the only one with access to the project. If I would get under a bus tomorrow, someone else would need to be able to still maintain CodeSniffer or have access and decide who should be the next maintainer. So make sure someone else has admin to the organization, has ownership of the organization as well. Make sure they have access to packages. Make sure they have access to the different platforms. And by the way, yes, I've done this for CodeSniffer already as well. Just in case you have a lot of projects in your personal account, you can also designate a successor via GitHub for your personal account. Please do ask that person for permission to make them your successor. Right. Now I'm going to let you read this for a moment while I take a sip of water. Yeah. Can someone please explain this to me like I'm a 5-year-old? Yeah, basically, we need to talk about funding, and we need to talk about structural funding of open source. The free and open source software was never about money. It was about freedoms. It was about the source code being public, being free to adjust the source code. But it was never about money. Open source is not free. If you're not paying for it, someone else is. And most of the time, that someone else is the maintainer. And they are paying for it with money for domains, for extra services, with time, and quite often with their mental health. There is a name for this. And remember this name, exploitative capitalism. Do not be that company. So, funding is not optional. We really need to change the culture. Because let's be realistic. In 10, 15 years, a lot of the open source maintainers of now are going to reach pension age. And the next generation is not stepping up to take over. And even if they are stepping up, they're not willing to do it for free. So we need to start this discussion about funding open source, and we need to start taking it seriously. If you depend for your business on open source projects, if you use open source projects, and you do not fund those projects, you have an unmitigated business risk. Your company could go bankrupt if your dependencies get abandoned. See it as insurance. You insure your company building when it's not on fire. And no, you're not getting anything while you're paying insurance until that building burns down. Similar with open source, you start funding open source as an insurance for the longevity of the project to make sure, hopefully, that it will stay maintained, to increase those chances. It doesn't buy you influence, it doesn't buy you a seat at the table, it's like insurance. And I'm not looking at any of you individually to start funding projects. I'm looking at all of you as ambassadors. Please take this message back to your companies. Start discussing this with the board of directors. Start discussing with the CFO that they need to realize that they have an unmitigated business risk and they need to do something about it. Can I ask you all to make the promise to do that? Can I have a yes? Yes. Good. Okay. So, what are some do's? When you take over a project, set up funding channels. When I took over, I took about a month to set up the fork, including setting up the funding channels, because CodeSniffer didn't have any. Use a dedicated organization. I've already mentioned some of the advantages with a dedicated organization. You can add a second owner, you can more easily add other admins, but it's also, sometimes there are sub-projects which don't have to be in the main repo, but can have their own repo. Like the PSR per, we still want to get a standard setup for that. That doesn't have to be in the CodeSniffer repo. We can have a separate repo for that. And I can give other people commit and admin in that repo without risking the main project. So with a dedicated organization, you buy yourself flexibility for that kind of thing. Improve the contributing guide. I already mentioned it earlier, but yeah, it really is something which is helpful to set expectations and to help people get started contributing to your project. Use PRs and protected branches. The previous maintainer had a tendency to push straight to the main branch. The problem with that is there's no control. Nobody verified their code. Using PRs creates transparency. When I now create PRs in CodeSniffer, okay, aside from the technical debt PRs, those I merge quite quickly. But if it's a functional PR, I will leave it open for like 3 to 2 days, maybe up to a week, depending on how big the feature, how important the feature is, to give other people the chance to review my work, to give their opinion on what we're changing in CodeSniffer, to give people the chance to have a say. Also, especially with expanded CI, especially if you're the sole maintainer, it's the way to keep yourself honest. Because everyone makes mistakes. So expand CI, I have spell check enabled, I have markdown checkers, I have link checkers, I have all sorts of QA set up just to make sure that those things don't get missed, because it's too easy to miss something, especially if you're the sole maintainer of a big project. Use signaling via labels, and obviously most people will know the typical labels: help wanted, good first issue. But also signal waiting for opinions. This is something you don't actually need to do something other than to read it and give an opinion whether something is a good idea. Another one, close candidates. If something is like a niche thing which probably doesn't need to get solved, if someone else then speaks up, hang on, I also have that problem, then it may not be a close candidate after all. So again, use labels to signal. And close quickly. As a maintainer, seriously, the amount of noise and the amount of pressure you get from people trying to get attention, either via discussions or issues or anything you can do to reduce that noise is a good thing. And closing issues quickly is the way to do that. So that anything that's open is actually something which is open for action. Now, I've taken over a year and a half ago, and yes, I've learned some things in the meantime, sometimes the hard way. Say no a lot. It's not nice to have to say no to a lot of things, but it's unavoidable. So you need to set direction, you need to take decision, and you can't keep everyone satisfied. But say no quickly, so you make it clear what the expectations are, what is going to happen. Have off GitHub contact. This is good for your mental health. Have contact with some regular contributors via video calls or via different channels than GitHub. Just, okay, I'm thinking of doing this. What do you think? I don't want to make it public yet, but I just want to have a quick opinion. Have off GitHub contact. Make a plan and stick to it. Leave room in the plan for new ideas from external contributors, but do make a plan and do try to keep making progress on that plan. And pace yourself. You can't do everything yourself and in one go. I mean, when I took over the project, the sniffs had code coverage with tests. The whole of the framework basically didn't have any code coverage. A project 20 years old, which had 65% test coverage. That amount of technical depth, you can't just magic away in a week. Pace yourself. There's enough to be done, and you can't do everything at once. Now, things I struggle with is slow turnaround on feedback, and this is a personal thing. Some maintainers will not have a problem with that or may even be slow themselves. For me, if I look at a PR, give you feedback within a day or two, I would very much like you to update based on that feedback within a day or two as well. Because then the PR is still fresh in my mind, and I can look at the update and either merge it or give you some further feedback, but we can make progress really quickly. If I give feedback and then the next iteration on the PR is like a month ahead of, a month further away, by that time I've gone through 300 or maybe even 500 other PRs and issues, and I've lost the context completely. And it costs me exponentially more time to review that PR again, because I have to completely regain the context, read all the previous conversations about it before I can review and then respond again. And if that happens a couple of times, believe me, your PR is at the bottom of my pile on the to-do list, because I know how much time it's going to cost me. Another thing is, when is good enough? And this is, again, it's difficult. You can't set the same standard for external contributors as you set for yourself. At the same time, I'm actively trying to reduce technical debt, not add more technical debt. So you need to find a balance there to still make contributors feel welcome and give them a path to success without adding more technical debt to your code base. It's lonely. The buck stops with you. There's nobody else. And you are the final decision maker, and you're not going to make everyone happy. You need to be able to handle that. And if you can't, definitely very, very quickly try and find a second maintainer. And the last thing, I don't know everything. And this is, with CodeSniffer is not a code base I set up. When it's your own project, which you started from scratch, even if you've not worked on it for a few years, it's like an old code, and you put it on and it might smell musty and it might have some tears and it needs some work, but everything about it smells and feels familiar. When it's someone else's code base, that doesn't work. There are parts of CodeSniffer I never touched because I never had the need to touch them. So I don't know everything either, and that I'm happy to admit that, but that's sometimes difficult if you then have to evaluate a PR from someone which touches that part of the code base. So you need to do a lot of learning yourself as well. Right. Whoop. So, for those of you wondering, is CodeSniffer still alive? I think it is. Yeah, so one of the things I've done, aside from a lot of focus on technical debt, is also focus on the end user experience. One of the reasons for that is to reduce support requests, because support requests cost me a lot of time I can use for other things. So improving the help screen, improving documentation, there's been a lot of things where I've really tried to improve the end user experience, improving performance, and also improve the stability. We have 11% new test coverage added from that 65%. We're now actually, yeah, well, it was 66%. I think we're at 78 now. So that's huge for an old code base like this. We don't have full support for PHP 8.4 yet. I'm sorry about that, but seriously, do not talk to me about property hooks. We will get there, but it's going to take a while. So, lots of things have been happening, lots of things which make for a better experience for end users, but also for Sniff developers, for external standards. They can now deprecate Sniffs without failing builds, for instance, which is a great win for people. And for those who don't know, in about, somewhere in the next two weeks, expect PHP CS4 to come out. This is the first new major in 8 years. And this was not an easy road because the old maintainer created a 4-branch 5 years ago and then cherry-picked into it. I basically had to recreate the whole 4-branch. And I didn't want to come back on promises which had been made before, because a lot of things had been promised that this is going to happen in 4. So that release is coming out, and from then on, I can take my own path after that. So, in case you didn't realize, this talk was not about CodeSniffer. This talk was about dependency management and knowing your dependencies, knowing where your risk is, where your business risk is, knowing how those projects, those dependencies work, what their status is. Contribute to those projects and start funding them to prevent crucial situations, critical situations from happening, and your own project and your own company potentially going bankrupt. So, thank you. I presume there are questions.
Thank you for your talk. And have a couple of questions for you, and not just questions, but I'll start with the last entry. Thanks for all your work, which is used by us every day.
Good.
I think we have to start there. And
happy to do it. Definitely need more funding.
and let's keep on the maintenance part of your talk. Isn't bug fixing keeping a project running? Was the question.
Sorry.
Isn't bug fixing keeping a project running?
Not necessarily. A bug fixes something which is broken. Keeping the project running is keeping the status quo running, including the bugs. If your CI doesn't pass and someone submits a PR for a bug fix, that bug fix can't be merged. So keeping the project running is making sure that at least minimum stability is maintained. Bug fixes is improving the project still.
And I have a question about CodeSniffer itself.
Okay.
I'm not sure how much you will reveal, but what do you envision for CodeSniffer?
Yes, I do. A lot of the code is based in PHP 3 patterns. This is an old project. It was started in 2005. Modernizing that code base, making it more maintainable is going to make a huge difference. Also to get more contributors, because contributors get completely lost in the old code base because it's such spaghetti. So there's definitely ideas for that. One of the ideas I have, and it's a project which I originally proposed to go into CodeSniffer. That bounced. I wasn't a maintainer yet at the time. And it then got released as a separate project called PHP CS Utils. PHP CS Utils is basically a layer on top of CodeSniffer, which offers a lot of utilities for sniff writers to make sure certain crucial things in writing sniffs actually are done correctly. Sniff writing, it's easier to write your first sniff. It's a lot harder to write a good sniff. Utils helps with that. One of the things I'm hoping to be able to get to is that Utils will become part of CodeSniffer, or at least be distributed with CodeSniffer to make life easier for all those external standard maintainers. Just as an example.
Thank you. And thank you for the questions coming in. Do you have any advice how to encourage people to contribute?
I'm continuously trying to find ways to do that myself. One of the things I've done is in issue templates, have a checkbox. I'd like to create a PR for this. Just even to get people thinking, could I solve this myself and could I create a PR? Give them, make it clear to people that PRs would be welcome from them. So communicate that. Sometimes people will create an issue and it's such a straightforward fix that I will just ask them, will you create a PR for that? Just so try and keep the conversation running and make the community feel welcoming. And it's not always easy. I mean, yeah, there's always people who drain your energy. And you just need to step back and then still write your answer with a smile to try and keep that community feel friendly and welcoming. And it takes effort. At the same time, I think that effort is really worth it because I do not want to be the sole maintainer in 5 years' time. I know I'll probably still be the sole maintainer for at least a while to come, but I really would want to get out of that situation.
And maybe this is quite a fitting next question. When is a project big enough to justify this amount of work?
I don't have an answer for that. I mean, it's not about how many dependents you have or how many downloads. I mean, a project might be, you know, LeftPad, 10 lines of code, but used by millions. that doesn't need much maintenance. That doesn't need a community around it. Something like CodeSniffer, the code base is much larger, and that at some point becomes too much for one person to maintain, and you don't want the dependency on that one person. You want the chance for that project to continue even despite that one person stepping back at some point. And with something like a 10-line code base, I mean, that's easy enough, but with a code base like this, it's more difficult. So there's not a strict guideline. It's not about number of downloads, number of dependencies. It's a little bit about the size of the code base, but even then, there's no strict guideline there.
So thank you, Juliette. Thank you for being here, for visiting our community. I know you are traveling around the world and visiting different communities. So we are happy to have you here, and we have a little present for you. Toby?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Like you say, I definitely go to conference of different communities, and I really enjoy meeting the NEOS community. I hope to see you all again at some point. Let's have a good day for the rest of the conference, and if anyone has any more questions, I should be easy to spot.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You or me? Come on in, settle down. All right, welcome to the next talk here on the main stage. It is with great pleasure that today we're going to hear again about the impact that the software we are creating and the content that we are providing to the world is creating. I don't know how many of you have been in the other talk yesterday that was also focused on sustainability impact of our applications? A few? Okay, so you have some knowledgeable people and a lot of new people who are interested in the topic. Carsten has quite an extensive background, and the topic is actually very important, as we've heard over the last couple of days here at NEOS conference. So I'm really excited for the talk, Know Your Content Footprint, Sustainable Publishing in a Digital World. And please welcome on stage Carsten Windler.
Okay, thank you. All right, okay. Thanks everyone for being here on a Friday afternoon after a long conference. I know it's tough, and I try to keep it as entertaining as possible. Usually I start these I do these talks for quite some years now. Usually I started with some graphics or information about how bad the situation actually is. Turned out this doesn't really matter. People actually know that. It's like with smokers or people who drink alcohol or eat a lot of sugar. They know that it's bad, still we do it. So it doesn't really help if we have these labels anywhere or so. Let's rather try a different approach this time. What if I could convince you that green IT or sustainable IT is not only good for the environment, it would be also good for your company or yourself, like when you're self-employed, or it would even improve the quality of your code. It's a bold claim, I know, so let's dive in. First of all, who am I? My name is Carsten. I work at a company called Plan A. We are a carbon accounting company. That means we collect the data from our customers and we estimate their carbon footprint out of it, and we give them instructions or ideas how to reduce their carbon footprint. In my free time, mostly at night, I write articles, for example, for the PHP magazine about PHP in general, clean code in PHP. I also wrote a book about that a while ago. So that's a bit about me. Enough of the shameless advertisement. Let's go. So first of all, let's maybe start with the basics. Why software causes emissions. This is definitely something, I mean, everybody knows. Yeah, of course. When you run npm install, your machine really is on fire. You feel the energy which is being used in your machine for all these operations. And that's quite okay. I mean, it's obvious. We have the CPU. We do have all the network, like every application nowadays uses the internet. We do have storage, be it cloud or local storage. All these hard drives, they have to be produced and they have to be stored somewhere. They have to be cooled. And of course, we have also the devices itself, like monitors or a mouse or whatnot. Okay, so the energy, of course, doesn't only come out of the socket. It has to be produced somewhere. This here is a tool which is called Electricity Maps. It shows you, it has quite a lot of information. The most important part is probably you see the current carbon intensity. That means how dirty is the electricity at the very moment. At that moment, this was 2 weeks, no, it doesn't matter, a couple of days ago. Sunny day with a lot of wind, so the carbon intensity was very low, 100 grams of carbon per kilowatt hour. This was quite low, so for Germany, very, very low, great thing. You see it here in this curve. There's a lot of sun and a lot of wind, so the renewables kick in. Of course, there are also times when this is not so good. This was in March. Not so much wind, not so much sun. You see the carbon intensity was quite high, so the energy mix was very dirty. Okay, so what do we do out of this? I mean, this is just, we will come to this part of the carbon intensity later, just for you as your information. The thing is, it's not only the usage of the device which causes the emission, it's rather actually the production. So when we look at a normal laptop like mine here, that it's like the biggest part of it, the emissions come from the production, which includes transport, getting the minerals out of the ground, disposal at the end of the lifetime, etc. This is why it's so super important to keep these things running. You see this light blue. The usage is actually not that much. Of course, it matters, but the biggest part comes from the production. And as I said, we really have to make sure that these machines can be operated as long as possible to avoid these emissions. And the problem is really big. So we have 62 million tons of electronic wastes alone in 2022 worldwide. This is a huge mountain, and I think nobody can really visualize how much that is. So I'm trying it with one of my favorite topics, chocolate bars. If we say we have 100-gram chocolate bar, this would be equal, this amount would be 620 billion chocolate bars. And since we in Germany, we express everything as football fields, I asked ChatGPT, I cannot do this myself, how much football fields would that be? And this would be around 900,000 football fields of chocolate bars when you lay them next to each other, or 2.5 times the size of Luxembourg. Okay, now we got that. I think it's still not very apparent what that means, but you get an idea how much that is actually. And the thing is not going to be better through the AI hype which we have. This is here an estimation how the power demand will accelerate over the next years. You see here, like, depending on different scenarios, with AI, it will be quite a lot, reaching 1,000 terawatt hours. This is the energy consumption of Japan right now. So all the data centers of the world will consume as much energy as Japan if the thing goes on like it does. I think this is even a very, very careful projection. And this is the reason why big companies like Microsoft already started ramping up power plants again. Like, this is 3 Miles Island. This is a power plant which in the 1980s almost created a nuclear catastrophe. they turned it off since then, and now they're turning it on again. So what could happen? I mean, there you see how much the companies really are in demand of electricity. So in total, what's the carbon footprint of the ICT? This is the information and communication technology. It's like 4%, and this was the pre-AI hype estimation. It's very hard to find good numbers here. This is if I have to say it, it's an estimation. I think it's much higher already, and it will by end of 2030, it will become really big. So now we have that settled. Let's talk about how can we actually measure emissions. Because when I see my laptop here, all is cool, right? There's nothing coming out of it, no fumes or anything. So this is always, I mean, if I abuse it, probably it will, but this is a different topic. So you don't see the electricity or the dirt which is produced to get the electricity. So how can we do that? Of course, we do have tools for that. The most simplest one and probably easiest to use is the website Carbon Calculator. And I tried it with CNN.com, for example. And you can see here, this is really a super bad result, 5.75 grams of CO2 per page visit. I will explain a little bit later what that means. But you can see, okay, depending on their database, that website is super bad. But again, 5 grams does that mean, right? It's not so much. So let's have a look again at chocolate bars. 20 page visits alone is already 1 chocolate bar. And if we calculate that over the monthly visits, what do you think, how many monthly visits does CNN.com has? Like 1 million? 100,000? 200 millions? That's a good guess. You saw that I had left some space here. It's 430 million monthly visits, at least according to my source here in May 2025. Of course, these are all estimations. The thing is, last year when I did this exercise, it was actually double the amount, so I had to adjust my numbers here. But the thing is, it's a lot, right? So this website is really has a lot of visits. What does it mean in chocolate bars again? So when we do some rough math here, going just with 5 grams, over 12 months, we end up with 26,000 metric tons of carbon just for one website. This would be the equivalent of roughly 6,000 gasoline-powered cars for 1 year, or 380 football fields, just for one website. Now this is a big one, I know. That's why I choose it. But if you think about the millions of websites or billions of websites we have in the internet, there is quite some waste happening. And why is CNN.com now so bad? So I opened this, it's hard to see, I will show you in a minute. So I opened it in the inspector. I did nothing. I just opened the website in iPhone 12 mode, and I got already this. Just for one headline, for one image, and for a bit of text, 20 megabytes of resources, and 120 requests just for this little piece of information. That is so bad that it really physically hurts. And this is exactly now the same thing that this website Carbon Calculator takes. It takes all the information, what is loaded over the internet. It basically says the data transfer, it takes it as a proxy, as a variable we can use to calculate. And then it uses the sustainable web design model, which uses this handy formula. Where is it? There it is. No worries, I will not explain this in detail. In a nutshell, it's basically, as I said, we have the data transfer. Then we have some emissions factors, as you call them. So we say, okay, 1 gigabyte equals that much of kilowatt hours, for example. Then we take the carbon intensity and we got our emissions. It's an easy model, but at least it's something. It's something to start. And I think it is a good approach to make at least websites comparable. But there is a lot of criticism on these models for good cause. I also would, although these numbers, this 5.75, that looks so accurate, so precise, it's just a very rough guess. So don't take this for granted, because what this website Carbon Calculator cannot do is it cannot look behind the scenes. So what if your website is driven by some really over-engineered fancy infrastructure? It could also be a static website. The Carbon Calculator cannot know. All right, so we will have a look in a minute how this can be measured better. but maybe now the most important question is, how does the Neos IO website perform? I guess everybody wants to know. So let's have a look. It's not that bad, 0.5 grams. This is actually, it's a very image-heavy website, so for that it's quite good. So although this tool always says, oh no, it's not that bad, given the fact that it's a presentation website. So well done, Neos team. It's really good. Okay, next point is now, how can we actually, if you have a web application, how can we now get the emissions from that? There are a couple of tools. This is a screenshot from the Green Metrics tool. It's a quite advanced tool. So basically, you have your Kubernetes cluster, you have your little nodes in there where you run your software on, and the Green Metrics tool uses some chipset APIs to get information about the power consumption, about the memory usage, etc. This is because it was used for battery management for laptops, these APIs. So it takes this information from there and calculates the emissions. This is quite advanced. The setup is a bit complex. Also, it doesn't work really good on a Mac. That's why I never really tried it out. Another tool which is easier to use is called GreenFrame. What you can do here, you can use it on your local Docker setup. Basically, it just listens on the Docker daemon while you run some scenario. I think it's Playwright or what they use. So you create your scenario, and then it clicks to the application in the headless browser, and then you can get the emissions from that. This was my trial here with my local Neos installation. 74 milligrams per execution. That's quite low, actually. Super cached, and it's only the standard website, the sample website, which is really basic. So would be interesting to know whether really one of these projects which we saw yesterday in the Neos Award. That would be quite interesting. But anyway, this is another tool which you can use. The third one which I would like to introduce is if you run your software in the cloud, you cannot just go there and get the emissions. I mean, all these cloud providers, they have by now tools to give you the carbon emissions. They report them, but especially like tools for AWS, they are so bad, you cannot use them. So the thing is, this tool is quite cool. Since the cloud providers, they know everything you do on the cloud. This is their business model. You pay it for them. So you can get the information about your cloud usage via an API. This is what this tool does. Basically, it says, give me the cloud usage, and I will calculate based on these facts. Again, emission factors, carbon intensity, I will calculate the carbon emissions. All right, so this is really, if you have a big setup in the cloud, this is what we also use internally. This is not a screenshot from our tool, though. This is from the website of Cloud Carbon Footprint. Okay. Now we know how to measure emissions, and now it would be time to reduce them. And the thing about a CMS, what I really find interesting is that we have all aspects. We have front end, we have back end. So we can start somewhere. Let's start in the front end. And let's have a look. So basically, everything you know about website performance can be applied here. The better the performance, the fewer the emissions. You can really roughly say that. So I won't tell you now about all the possible things which you can do. I think most likely you know them much better than I do. I'm just a backend developer, so I will not talk so much about front end. But in the end, it's really all the things which you do, which you should do anyway. They help. Now the funny thing is, for some reason, nobody does it. This is a screenshot from the HTTP archive, and you can see here how a website, the size of websites have evolved over time. 15 years ago, it was much smaller, so websites, desktop websites have increased by 500%, and mobile websites even by 1,500 plus. So we see this pattern somewhere, while some things get smaller, other things get bigger. So this is somehow, I don't know, it's somehow pretty weird. Okay, what can we do about that? Let's have a look. Again, apply all these things which you know about performance optimization. They really help, and in the end, your users benefit also from them. And then let's have another look at the assets. If you can, try to use less. I know it impresses everybody if you have big animations, videos, images, like these terrible stock images. I'm a big fan of bad stock images because they have so much, like this, the arm in front of the face and this sign with office. I have no idea. But anyway, what I want to say is, if you can avoid it, now you are working on a CMS. That makes things a bit more complicated because you cannot probably prohibit your users or the end users from uploading images. I know that, but it's still, maybe you can do anything, I have no idea. And if you have to use, and this is really something which makes me quite mad, use lazy loading if you can. It's so easy nowadays. CNN.com does not do it. This is so crazy, I don't understand it. We could save a lot of emissions if we would just use lazy loading on CNN.com. This is why I just repeat that. I don't get it. Videos and ads, please don't do autoplay. I don't know who likes autoplay. Seriously, probably nobody. Still, it happens. Background videos are also just a waste, in my opinion. And yeah, let's ads. This is also a thing. Ads are having a big part of the internet traffic. So when you open a website and you see what's going in all the trackers and all the autoplay animations, videos, etc., which are running because of the ads, that's huge. So if you can do anything about it, and I know people say, yeah, but websites have to monetize. Yeah, that's just, they have to find, now with AI sucking up all the information and providing AI, this AI answers, with people are not visiting the websites anymore, this whole AI, ad thing, I guess, will anyway collapse at some point. But who knows? We cannot say. Design is also a very important thing. I hope where you as agencies, for example, can have a big buy-in. Mobile first, of course, yeah, should be, in my opinion, should be really the way to go, because mobile websites obviously are smaller, are faster, are leaner. They should be, let's say. Then there's also a nice approach, is typography versus images. So there are websites which are just using text. So maybe some CSS animation, CSS graphics here, but no images, like no PNG or whatnot. This is also quite cool. So the website, it's a different approach, of course, where it makes sense. Sometimes you have to use images. Less animations, I think this also makes sense. And known patterns. So when you create a website, don't try to reinvent the wheel and build some fancy navigation where the user is sitting then and like, okay, how can I get now to the information? The less time users take on your website, the better, the more they save energy, if you like. And also avoid dark patterns. This is patterns which keep the user engaged, like this doom scrolling, for example. This is a terrible example of how to keep people more or less addicted to websites or to tools, or try to keep them engaged on the website as long as possible by, I don't know, there's, especially in the e-commerce, there are some patterns which are really bad. Okay, but if you, I'm a big fan of tools in this regard. If you are interested in how to improve your website even more, there's a tool called EcoGrader, which I personally like very much. It's like the website Carbon Calculator, plus it gives you some information. So for example, you see here like a little breakdown of where all the transfer comes from. You get an idea, you get some ratings, so you get an idea how this tool kind of rates your website, why it gets like this 53 out of 100. And the very good thing is here that it tells you, this is a bit hard to read, I guess. So it tells you, for example, for CNN.com, use lazy loading, guys. It's not, this is already a big minus here. Okay, so this tool is quite nice. Let's go over to the backend. Now, when you use a tool like Neos, of course, you do not have so much possibilities. If you write your own extensions or plugins or how that's called in that case. But if you are dependent on an existing infrastructure and an existing backend, you can maybe not do so much. Anyway, still, we want to have a look. Algorithms, if you have to use algorithms, check if they fit. Of course, this is a standard example which everybody does. In the end, how often do you implement an algorithm really, like a search or a sort algorithm? I don't know. It doesn't happen so often, I guess. So this is more like of course, we should have an eye on that. Database optimization, from my point of view, is much more important. If I would get like €1 for every missing table index, I would probably be already a rich man. So check your database, check your queries. This is where you can get much more performance out of. Careful caching is also important. So of course you can cache the hell out of it, like Neos does, I guess. So when I looked at the caching, wow, everything is basically cached. Otherwise it would not run so smooth. But of course make sure that you don't, so because caching also takes storage, and if you use a lot of storage, then this is also kind of counterproductive, because then you have to update it a lot and everything. So be careful with the caching and don't cache everything just because you can. And then prefer native functions. I will give a little example later on. So we in the PHP world especially, we do love our composer packages. Maybe sometimes it's not the right idea. Again, I will give you an example in a second. And also frameworks, libraries, packages. This is really something where you can, or where you should have a closer look if this is really the right tool for the job. And the last thing, code profiling. Who of you uses code profiling during your development work, like Xdebug or other third-party tools? Is there anybody? Ah, yeah, some are. Okay, it's hard to see here, sorry. So yeah, that's a good way. So if you use Xdebug, for example, it also has a code profiler built in, which you can use. You should really do that, because then you can spot bottlenecks. This is here an example. This is a little tool I like to use to compare like functions here. I use now the well-known Carbon. This is this date-time API for PHP. And yeah, native date functions. For this is a real example, like the real-life example I found in our code base. So basically this tool just runs both functions 1,000 times and compares it. So what do you think, which one is faster, Carbon or the native date? Who's for Carbon? Anybody? Date? Probably, yeah, it's easy, right? Because date is a native function. Yeah. But how much do you think? How much faster is it? 2 times or 3 times? 10 times, almost. It's almost 8 times faster. At least this result varies quite a lot depending on the machine where you run it on. But there's a clear tendency. And the thing is, okay, if you have this one time in your code, doesn't really matter. But in our case, in my company, we are a data-heavy company. We do CSV exports are still a thing. We do them a lot. And when you have 500,000 lines and you have 3 times the Carbon call in your code for every line, this sums up. So I was really able, by doing this, by just replacing Carbon with native date functions, to reduce the runtime of our export quite significantly. And of course, Carbon offers a lot more functionality, I know, but you shouldn't use it then just for everything, just because you have it. What's the deal? It's even more to write. I don't really get it, why it's so often used. All right. Then we do have also the infrastructure, which we should have a look on. So cloud optimization would be worth a talk of itself. Unfortunately, I don't have the time. So, but the thing is, usually also in my company, again and again, oh, the CSV export is slow. Let's just add another, I don't know, let's just add power. This is the thing with the cloud. It makes it so easy to provide new resources that people will just use it. It's easier than to fix your code, unless you have to pay the bill. Also, CDN or edge caching, this could be something which you could do if your application is provided worldwide, then CDN makes sense. If you're probably hosting still on-premise or like these good old school shared hosters, there's nothing bad about that in my eyes. There's the Green Hosting Database, also for cloud hosters, which gives you information about which one are using renewable energy, which one are using refurbished hardware. So you get an idea. Maybe you should prefer these over the other. And yeah, also circular economy is a thing. If you can use refurbished hardware, if you have your own data center or you have your rented co-location, that can also help a lot. And then probably the most interesting part for me is nowadays actually the why. So we do use technology everywhere, and sometimes I think we stopped asking ourselves why we do that. So this was actually, I recently saw a study that people are they're getting stupider by using AI. And I also get this when I'm using an AI agent to develop my application. Afterwards, I don't really know my application. If I have a bunch of code there, which is more or less working, but I don't really get it anymore. And I love how I love this tool. That's the smart questions. Oh, I hate this brown nosing. But it depends how you use it. And we should really think about if we use AI in our daily life, because of course it's fun to have these images here. Like, yeah, I get it. You laugh 2 times about it. Then you have a trend. Everybody is posting their action figures or their Ghibli images. But at some point, it's lame. The thing is, this AI everywhere. This is Notepad. Windows Notepad will get AI support. Seriously, I didn't know that anybody was still using Windows Notepad, but at least Microsoft thinks people do. So we should really think about, do we need AI everywhere? Given the fact that AI, as I showed you already, is consuming a lot of energy and will consume much more in the future. And then there's one thing, this saying, when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail, or something like that. And I have to make a confession here. Back in the days, I was a freelancer and I sold Typo 3 websites to people who did not need it. So basically, they just needed a small website, and I sold them Typo 3. Oh gosh, still feel very dirty. But this haunts me till today. But back then, yeah, come on, I knew the tool. I was quite fast with it. It was fun, so why not? Nowadays, I would never do this again. But yeah, that's it. So if you use something, think about if it's really proper for the job. And when I see now Neos 9 with this amazing event-sourced content repository, I mean, wow, what the heck? This is really advanced stuff. There are many use cases for it, but I guess not every use case is right for that. Does it really require such an advanced tool? I mean, Neos comes with 16,000 files, 200 megabytes installed. This was just the default install with the sample site package. It's already quite a lot. So maybe, and this is probably the worst place to ask on such a conference, do I really need a CMS all the time? Or maybe it's the best place to ask, I don't know. Of course, I saw yesterday the Neos Awards, great tools. They all required this, I guess, from what I saw. But maybe there are projects where you don't really need it, or you maybe need a smaller one or a different one, I don't know. So before you boo me off the stage or you want to beat me up afterwards, relax. It's more like, think about it. Also, do you need a relational database or maybe a different one? Do you, I don't know, maybe another language makes more sense. Maybe you should try it, your little web service, maybe write it in Go if you can, than in PHP, because we all know PHP sometimes it's not the fastest. And also a favorite topic of mine is this database abstraction layers. Damn, it's hard to say. So DBAL. I did this test also in my company. So a colleague of mine wrote CSV export with using Eloquent. Yeah, we use Laravel. It's okay. So Eloquent and some collection filters. I don't know who knows Laravel, but this is probably the worst combination you can do. And you can see it here in the memory and in the time usage. Wow, that was bad. It was just a little bit of changes. We were able to reduce the export time and the memory peak, which was very important because now the memory peak was, like the memory usage was linear. Before that, it was growing depending on the size of the export. So with just a little bit of work and thinking, if my colleague, they used Eloquent and the filters because they knew it. That was their tool. They didn't really think about if this makes sense in this moment. So this is the only thing I want to say. Think about if it really makes sense. And now as we are coming to a close of this little talk, I would also talk about the benefits of sustainable software. When you want to introduce these kind of measures or actions in your company or in your, I don't know, in your project, there's usually the question, what do we have from it? Most people do not really care about the carbon reduction, but there's also what we call the ROI, ROI of decarbonization. So the return on investment. This is some stupid banker English, if you like. So basically, it just says, I have my investment. What do I get from my investment? And if I can reduce the costs, then the result will increase. So, and this is the good thing when we look at, for example, cost reduction in a cloud infrastructure. FinOps is a discipline where they try to reduce the cloud costs as much as possible by doing a couple of things. We do have the new GreenOps discipline where people try to reduce carbon as much as possible. And you can see here that there's quite an overlap here. And this is the cool thing. So even if you're working in that field, and even if you don't actually want that, by reducing costs, you also reduce carbon emissions and the other way around. So that's quite cool. This is usually a thing where managers get like, oh, we can reduce costs, tell me more. So maybe there you can get your foot in the door. And then there are, of course, other benefits. User experience, who likes slow loading websites? I don't think anybody does. So this is also who likes fast applications. Of course, that's cool for the user experience. Accessibility. I mean, this Barrierefreiheitsstärkungsgesetz is coming 28th. This is next week, guys. So hurry up if you haven't done it yet. And if you are required to, if your website falls under the law, then hurry up, because otherwise it can get expensive. But this accessibility is already built in when you use green IT or sustainability software measures. You try to be as simple as possible, and this immediately usually translates into also accessible websites. And you have, in my opinion, higher revenue, better conversion rate, faster websites, easier to use, broader user base because more people are able to use your website. If you ever tried a screen reader, like for people who are visually impaired, if you ever tried to use a screen reader on a modern website, damn, this is really hard. So this is everybody should do this once, and then you forget about your fancy JavaScript menus. And employee retention, at least from my point of view, for example, I worked before that in e-commerce, I worked in travel industry. At some point, I couldn't do this anymore because I couldn't stand the business models anymore. But if we at least would have done something, at least on the software side, to reduce emissions, that could have kept me, but at that point, I just had to say, okay, bye guys, I have to leave. And with that, I would like to close. We always talk a lot about the footprint of software, but what I would like to do is also to talk about the handprint of things. When we start doing these things, giving this talk, or you start thinking about sustainability, it's usually that you also inspire others. And this is much more important than just looking what can we reduce, but look at the handprint, what can you achieve otherwise. And this closing close here from Dr. Eckhard von Hirschhausen, which really resonates with me. Getting active is the best remedy against helplessness, and in my case, it feels much better. Okay, thanks a lot for your attention, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carsten. We do have some questions, and if you still have a question, you can still submit it. We do have some time. Thank you very much for your insights and examples and tools that we can all use. There is a question here. Do you have insights on the impact of light mode versus dark mode?
It depends. This is, I'm not sure about the technical details, but it really depends on the screen technology. So I think it works for OLED screens, the OLED screens. There it definitely has an impact. But yeah, this is really per case. I would need to look it up, but people say it has an impact, yeah. But again, it depends on the technology which the screen uses.
Okay. And there's a second question here. You showed us tools that compare emissions. How well do you think they take into account the way the electricity is produced? Because, as you showed in your other charts here in Germany, it varies so much, the amount of renewable energy that's available at a certain
It's a very good point,
time.
It's a very good point. So, of course, these tools do not take the exact moment of time into account. Some tools, like the website carbon calculator, even takes the average global carbon intensity, which is of course it's a super average number. That's why I mean these tools, don't take them too literally, don't take them too, they don't know it. It's more like a big guess. So if you would really like to use the exact carbon intensity, you have to use tools like the Green Metrics tool, which I also showed. These tools are super advanced. They trigger the Electricity Maps API to get the exact carbon intensity at that moment where you run the software. In the end, it depends on what approach you want to take, because do you really want to know the exact carbon intensity right now, or is it for you more like when you take the average carbon intensity, you want to, in the end, you achieve the same thing. If you think about the average, or if you take the exact at the moment, what you want to do is you reduce the carbon emissions, and it works either ways. So it's not even, maybe not even necessary. But this can be interesting, and sorry, I'm talking now. Just stop me if you...
No, that's fine.
So there's also a concept which I didn't have the time to introduce. It's called carbon awareness. Basically, you can, for example, if you have workloads, machine learning, training models, for example, or you have big exports, you can use this tool like Electricity Maps. It gives you a forecast. It can say to you, okay, in the next 12 hours, the carbon intensity will be quite low. So maybe in 6 hours, run your workloads, because then you reduce the emissions. This is at the moment quite in the making, but it's not widely adopted because it's quite complicated. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And there's another question that just came in. Could you share your perspective on the trade-off between a developer spending a few hours in a air-conditioned office, you know, improving a few kilobytes of data on a website that's only called a couple of times a day?
That's a very good point. Exactly. This is really, the point makes absolute sense. So if you have my private website, I would not optimize, because it has, I don't know, 20 page views. It's a very good point. So this topic is so complicated that you really have to take into account a lot of variables. That's what it makes it so hard. So in this case, yeah, it makes no sense, definitely, because you might take longer to optimize your website than you get out of it.
So your recommendation would be to start where the biggest impact is.
Exactly, yeah. So if you just have a small website, then maybe you should still do it to increase the performance. That would be other benefit. So if you work on your website, maybe you get more users when your website is performing too bad. So this could be a thing, but yeah, it's always a trade-off.
And you learn new knowledge that you can apply it in other projects as well.
Exactly.
All right. We do have a speaker gift for you.
Oh, thank you very much.
So you get a set of our Neos N as well.
That's so cool.
And Neos Honey.
Oh, great.
For you to take home.
Thank you very much.
So give a warm round of applause for Carsten.
Thank you.
Please don't forget to rate the talk in the app, because we want to award the best speaker at the end of the conference. And then next up, here on the main stage, not this one, the next one, this one. We will have the panel discussion before the conference closing about what's the next big thing in Neos. You provided a lot of ideas on the wall outside, so we'll have a discussion about that. See you back here in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Wandering thoughts weave through my mind like pouring the vine. Love me so, love me not. I'm afraid these thoughts will not stop. Please take me from this place. Please save me from this space in my
Can you hear me? Test one. Yes. 1, 2. Yes. Welcome to the last talk of this year's NEOS conference. Did you have a great couple of days? This year, we decided, as we had a couple of years ago, I think it was in Dresden, as the last talk, again, a panel discussion, because, as you all know by now, NEOS 9 has been released. I have to talk about it in past tense. It's here, we can use it, and you've heard a lot of talks about it. So the question, obviously, is, what's next for NEOS? Where are we going from here? What's the next big thing? And for that, we went to great length to think about a panel that would be fitting, that consists of experts and users and diverse perspectives. And so it's my great pleasure to ask to the stage with me Sebastian Hälzle, Bastian Weidelich, Robert Lemke, and Nadja Mayenhofer. So, just a few remarks as introduction. You probably know those three guys from the core team, but it's my special honor today to have Nadia on stage with us to share her perspective as a user of Neos CMS, as an end customer, because those perspectives are so incredibly important for us to help us shape our vision of where Neos needs to develop in the future to be a usable and useful tool. So thank you for joining us today. I brought the two walls of ideas on stage with me because that is the input that you provided to us over the last 2 days, and I've already seen so much good input there related to the product itself, to community aspects, to the conference, and any other topics that came to mind. So when we look back, Robert, when you look back at this conference, you opened with a keynote and you started setting the stage for this conference, and you probably had some discussions here about Neos and the future. So please share a little bit of insights. What was that about? What did you pick up in the last 2 days?
Oh yeah, that was a whole mixed bag, but of candies mostly, I have to say. What I always find surprising is that such an event, how it can at the same time refuel you and spend a lot of energy. But definitely I think the atmosphere was really great. Not as I anticipated, actually. So you probably saw it in the keynote also, that there were some dark shadows in there, which I tried to overcome with a bit of light. But the atmosphere here wasn't that dark, but we had a lot of discussions about AI, obviously, mostly during the night. But what was so great to see is how positive the atmosphere was regarding Neos 9. So I didn't see in any discussions or so, I didn't felt any fear regarding that, but more like, now let's actually try that, and I'm curious, I want to try it out. So that was definitely a positive thing I saw. Yeah.
So one very important next big thing for Neos, now that Neos 9 is released, is obviously for you to use it, start upgrading. I've shown how easy that is. And I've had some discussions about that as well, and there's a little, there's a fine print there in the presentation if you look closely. Thank you very much, Robert, for sharing your perspective. So to get us started in this discussion even further, I would like to ask you, Nadia, as an end user, as a customer of Neos, what were your reasons to choose Neos? Because that input is very helpful for us to find out what are the strengths that we're building on.
Thanks for having me here. Well, the community, the conference, the cool T-shirts. No, those are parts of the reasons, but of course, back then when we decided for Neos, we didn't know about that stuff. Actually, what we did was sit down with Visol, our developers, and we worked in the past with Typo3, and we were considering for our next big web project a redesign of our website. Actually, I'm from the Central and University Library in Lucerne. I don't know whether you know that. So it's a big library. It's actually 8 libraries combined to one. And we did a redesign in 2024. And before we started that, we needed to decide whether we wanted to continue with Typo3 or whether we wanted to change to something else, to another CMS. And that's why we sat down with Visol, and we did basically a pro and con. And of course, we had some requirements because we know our users, and from a library perspective, let's just say our users, our editors, are people who are mostly librarians. So they really like to categorize things. They like to put things in folders. They like to have everything really structured. And they are not so very tech savvy. And because they are not, we need a content management system that makes our lives easy as supporters. So it has to be simple, it has to be intuitive. And when we did that pro and con, we just realized in comparison to Typo3, Neos was just the better option for us. And to be honest, I'm really glad we decided for Neos because so far I mean, the support has not gone down to zero, but it's a lot less support that I have to provide now for the people working at our library. And the cool stuff is that they now try to think about new things they can to do with the website, so to improve that website, and that's really nice. So they can actually focus on the content instead of trying to figure out the system. So yeah, that really speaks for NEOS, I guess. And I guess Visual was really, helpful in deciding, because Lorenz was really pushing for it, which was helpful too, so yeah.
Thank you, Lorenz.
So yeah, thank you, Lorenz.
Thank you, Nadia, for providing these insights, because it's great for us to hear that NEOS is useful and enabling you to do new things with it. So, and we will come back to your actual experience and your view on how that could be improved a little bit later in the discussion. But Sebastian, building on that strength of NEOS for the user experience and the editing experience that, a lot of years ago, NEOS was like, wow, that's new and great and shiny. And you've had a lot of talks at conferences about, I'm improving that and I'm improving that a little. Where do you see that going in the future? What user experience areas do you have that we need to improve?
Yeah, definitely the inline editing, I think, is one of the most important areas where we should now focus on again after we did so much technical stuff and improved all the engine, basically, that we have to focus on that. And what I see often as a problem with the UX is that you get used to things and you get used to suffering. Like my editors or the editors I talk to, they tell me, yeah, it's actually not that bad. Now I know how to do it. I know where to click. But that's bad. They should not simply accept that and show us and tell us and work with us to solve that. And at the Vienna sprint, we sat together, 3 of us, Robert, John, and me, and we tried to create a blog post or write some page. And we immediately found 10 things we didn't like. But usually when we just work with that, we just oversee it also. All of us are affected by that. And I think we should remind ourselves not to accept that and then find a way to really get this smoother and nicer. It's harder to market that and write a blog post like that and so on. So we have to find a good way also how to transport this and get more people to involve with that.
And we do have a lot of feedback on this wall about user experience. And there's 2 big ones in the middle here, undo and redo. And I know we had some discussions about that in Vienna. Can you share a little bit what's so difficult about providing that, or what is an easier part that we can work on? Basti, can you share something, or should one of the others?
Well, I can try. I wasn't in Vienna, but I know the technical difficulties you mentioned, because people say like, well, with event sourcing, you basically get undo and redo for free. There's some kind of fine print with that as well, because no, it's not as easy. And that's not only a technical problem. If you think about undo and redo, there's a lot of logical issues you need to solve, like especially with multiple editors doing things and then undoing them while someone else already changed content based on the thing you now want to undo. There's a lot of to think about, and well, in general, I think I stood before the wall and tried to condense like what is the bigger picture, and I think most of that is about UX in some form, and I think that's so we spent the last years deep down in the cellar working on the engine, like you said. So it's clear we need to now come up and improve make the edges round, and when you like undo and redo, we should really think about all the implications before we like jump on it.
Robert, what's your perspective on that as well?
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is that those people creating NEOS are mostly not using NEOS most of the time, I guess. And it's the same with PHP, by the way. They are coding C and not PHP. However, I think from the beginning, we also had that you know, that agility to move our perspective and try to like have our hats on, change our hats to how does it look like for an editor. And what we did there in Vienna is something very, very useful, of course, that trying to write a blog post and so on, and then you stumble over things. So I also see that, yeah, we have lots of small things to improve, which will have a big impact for editors, which will so less getting into your way, like changing from one content element to another. So for example, if that would be easier, people would spend less time and be more happy and so on. But I also think that there are completely new fields which we haven't touched yet, so which is out of our domain of development, but in the domain of content editors, which we probably don't know much about, like workflows and so on. So how could we improve the workflows of editors? How do they plan working on content? How do they communicate with each other? Like I plan to write a blog post and I need feedback from others. How do we collect ideas and plan and schedule something, like next week it must be online? That's usually happening outside of NEOS, but maybe there are easy things technically which we can provide to make that easier, but we need to think about the concepts.
Regarding undo and redo, I think it will take a lot of conceptual work and a lot of technical work. But usually when I talk to people who ask me, hey, is there an undo function? Can you make it or something? And then I ask them what happened. And then at the end, they simply publish to live all the time. They didn't use workspaces most of the time. I don't say it's 100% of the time. I also want to have a redo and undo at some point, but often workflows would also have solved that issue for them. To a certain extent, but I see that especially on smaller websites or in teams with 1, 2, 3 people, they simply all publish to live workspace, and then they get unhappy.
I think we should take these hints, and not solve it with make it more difficult to publish to live, but think like, so why is it that I'm also publishing to live all the time? Why am I doing that? Because I opened a tab with a website. And then I want to see what I just did. I know that I have workspaces for that. So the question is, why am I doing that? Where's that little kind of friction why I don't open a preview of my workspace? So, and probably it's quite easy to solve technically again, but apparently it's too difficult or causes too much friction to
exactly. Sometimes they didn't know about features that we already have, or sometimes they needed a little plugin to have like a specific review or a preview they can send to somebody with your plugin, for example. Or in one case, they needed to have test pages, and then where they just try things and then they publish it to live, then they look at it and then they quickly hide it again and publish to live again. And at the end they needed some kind of page that they can view as a logged in user but will not be visible to outside people. So I created this new node type and that also fixed this use case. So it's various things and sometimes there are smaller solutions.
And there you mentioned something very important, that if any agency finds a problem like this and gets good feedback and creates a package that then again you publish for all the others and help us, fix little UX inconsistencies, little problems, and help us develop those into core solutions to improve the product for everyone. That is the power that we have here, that you bring together with us as this community, right? So I want to emphasize this point. And this research part of UX research, talking to your users, asking them, what is your experience? What were you trying to achieve? I think there was a very important talk here as well at the conference about what is it, was it Carsten? What was it you were actually trying to do, and not just describing the problem you ran into, or it doesn't work, or Neos is broken or something. So talk to your editors and find out where the pain points really are. And as I already mentioned about dimensions, about translations, about being able to compare different versions of the content that you have, and playing that back to you, what are your experiences in using Neos now for a little time, and where are the areas where you say, that could be improved for me?
So in an overall perspective, of course, it's a really good experience. I'm really glad that we chose the system, as I said before. And I think most of our editors are really glad as well. But of course, there are always some pain points. What I realized in the past, for example, a global search, like content search, because sometimes people want to edit something and they know that it is somewhere on this website, but they don't know exactly where it is. And if they could just search the entire back end, that would be really helpful. And then media UI, I mean, we already put some effort. I mean, you guys put some effort in. We put some financial effort in to change it a bit, because to be honest, when we started out this web project in 2022, I think it was, around that time, there was basically no folder system, really. There was one folder, if I remember correctly, in the media UI. And for us, that was a killer criteria. We wouldn't be able, because as I said, librarians love to put things into folders. So yeah, then, well, we put some money in, and you guys developed and changed that media UI, so it has gotten much better. But what I realize is that it is a bit confusing, to be honest, the way it looks right now, because it has these numbers. I mean, because there are folders, and then there are subfolders, and if in the main folder there is a file, there is a number, but if there is just a subfolder, there is no number, and then it's gray and not white. So honestly, it's a bit confusing to people, because they don't realize that sometimes there is a subfolder and there are files in that subfolder, for example.
Yeah, at some point we also turn blind developers. We don't see those things anymore, and then we need people to tell us also.
Yeah.
I think there's a general point to make. What you said, like we are not using, or the people developing the system mostly not using it, at least not in a day-to-day business. And I think that's something we might take away to watch the editors, watch what they're doing, because I did it a couple of times, and then I realized, what? They're doing this, so maybe they have different needs and they don't understand. Like, they might not question the system because they're just used to it, but there might be a lot of low-hanging fruits to improve their lives.
Well, there's just one more thing that I just remember right now. I mean, we kind of fixed it a bit with Weasel's help, but you know, when people, because I see it all the time, they need to publish their content, but they kind of forget, I don't know. They just leave. They're on vacation, I don't know. And then, you know, somebody else wants to change the content. And of course, I mean, these people don't realize, oh, there's already somebody has made some adaptations. And we actually have a red banner now there, so that it shows to people still somebody is working on this specific page. But what would be nice, and it was actually our director, he wanted us to have that sort of feature, is that there would be a pop-up sort of thing, tell you, oh my God, you have unsaved changes, so do you want to change that or not? And that would be a tiny thing to change, which would be really helpful for us, I guess.
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of input we're looking for to understand, you know, where Neos is not as helpful as it should be. Yeah, to avoid content editors doing the same thing twice, and then, you know, this needless effort was expended. Yeah. So looking at this wall, I see quite a few about documentation. That is probably something we always are working on and always need to improve, and all of us can help actually improve that.
Actually, that helps using the system, by the way, writing documentation.
Because we are using Neos for the documentation, so there is some comments about that. How easy is it to actually contribute? Wouldn't it be easier to use different tools for that? So picking up that topic, most of you probably know there's Read the Docs, there's docs.neos.io, and yeah, it's not so easy. So I think we purposefully decided a couple of years ago to use Neos for our documentation to give us more touch points with our own CMS, which was also one of the reasons why docs.neos.io was one of the first pages that we as a team updated to Neos 9 to see it in action and you know, find some minor glitches that we maybe need to improve on further in some bug fix releases or in configuration. That was something that we stumbled upon with a content import, I think it was, that was making it a little more difficult to publish information than we thought would happen. So this Neos 9 that you already mentioned, we laid a lot of groundwork for. Apart from the user experience side, what other features can we envision now? What are we enabling for developers to build with that? Yeah?
You look at me?
Maybe? Do you have some
well, predictions are hard, especially if they're about the future, isn't it? But well, I think to be honest, it hasn't been like in the years before. I was always like there was clear what the next year would be about roughly. I mean, sometimes we were wrong with it, but it was always there was a direction. Now it's like wow, there's so many ways to go from here, and with all the challenges outside of Neos and AI coming up and so on, it's uncertain times, and I think the only constant is change. And I think to stay on this meta layer, I think we need to be prepared for change. So survival of the fittest is not to be the best, but to be the most agile, to adjust. And I think like UX, like we said, we covered, but I think the other point we need to get better at is to be more modular, like to be able to replace parts, because I'm not afraid of making mistakes. We will for sure make wrong decisions in the next years, but we should make them in a way that we can cater for them and like maybe make them with less consequences in a way. And well, to put it more positively, I think there's so with Neos 9 there's a lot of foundational work, and you can't see a lot of it yet, and we still have these rough edges, definitely. But there's so much possibilities now, and I'm really curious what it will bring us, but I can't tell you.
I have one, which is probably invisible to most of you, that Danny implemented, because he implemented the asset usage based on the content repository. Because in the old system, the asset usage was always very long to calculate. So you may remember, you go to the media, you really don't know which asset is in use or not, and then you have this button you can click on in the media UI to find out, or you go to the details and then it loads and loads and loads and tries to find out where this asset is used. Up to 30 seconds I saw in some projects, and then I implemented some workaround for the media UI to make it quick and so on. And this code is now deprecated because the content repository gives us this information now. And now I was able in the media UI just to enable by default that the buttons have a button state based on the usage of the assets based on the content repository. That was now just included with that. So we have a UX feature that is looks small, but it was quite big because all the workarounds in the past were so difficult.
Do you also want to share your thoughts?
Yeah, I think in general, like what you said, trying to be fit for the future, that's important, of course. And as you mentioned yesterday in the beginning, connecting is with other systems and etc. is very important for Neos, and this is what we cater for also, and that might become much more important in the future as well. So if you think about headless setups, for example, we already support that in some way, and we should improve at that in that area with new interfaces, if it be GraphQL or whatever. But that might make us fit. But also, when there was one suggestion that the documentation should end up on GitHub because then it's easier. Yes, maybe, but maybe not edited in Git and GitHub, but because other people will also have these problems, like how can we collaboratively work on content, and then rather take that extra round and make it really nice and easy to edit in Neos, but then export things, synchronize things with other sources and targets, like export to Markdown, to GitHub, etc., and look in that way. And I think if we keep being agile in all directions, we'll also fit for the future.
Okay, so when I look at Neos and the last releases, we've kind of deterred from our usual 3 to 4 month release cycle in the last year or two. Again, asking about the future. Will we go back to more regular releases now that this Neos 9 is out of the door? Is that something that's likely to happen?
I hope so. I want to work on it, yeah.
I think a 9-year release cycle is quite fine.
I will push for it because I like to make new features, small ones especially, and I want to have them out. I don't want them to lie around.
Yeah, I really think that it was a big exception, and honestly, I also don't know how it could have been done otherwise, but in general, it's important to know that this is all about continuous small improvements. So we are not really looking for big radical changes, but try to continually improve everything, because when you see a system which is very easy to use, it's because of all the wisdom and all the experience which went into all these little details. So every time you make a radical change, you also get rid of all these small decisions. So I'm rather in favor of small improvement steps. And from my own experience, I have to say.
I want to counter that just to spice it up a little. No, of course I do agree we need to be incremental anyways, but I think we must also not stop to think outside the box. So instead of always going the next step, sometimes think maybe this other way solves a lot of different steps. And I mean, that's at the same time a big challenge to get the right mix of it, but I think I'm very confident that we do a good job, because I think we learned a lot in the last years, to especially.
I think what you're mentioning also relates to what Robert shared in the keynote about these different user groups that we have and also have in the team, right? Innovators that are looking for this bleeding edge, this new stuff that we can do with the technology we provide, but also you as community members who are basing their businesses on this system to be reliable, to be predictable, what is going to happen in the future. That is a really important duality that we're working with. And to share some insights with you, when we were at the Vienna Sprint, Basti, what you just mentioned, we had those discussions. We were thinking about, okay, what is important for Neos 9.1? So what is something small and incremental we can deliver quite fast to the community? And on the other hand side, we had a discussion about, okay, what is possible now in regards to Neos 10 or Neos 11? What, looking into the future, more than just a few months, what is the strengths that Nadja also mentioned at the beginning that we need to build on to stay relevant in this, quickly changing world? So, thank you very much for sharing that perspective. Looking back at our wall of suggestions.
Belly dance, I see here.
Really? Oh, yeah.
Go for it.
I've heard about drag and drop quite for some time. So can you share some experiences with drag and drop? Did someone try it out? Is it just not
drag what where?
What options are there? Let's get into.
I mean, we have some drag and drop in the content tree and in the document tree. We have an open issue for the media UI, and probably some long discussion about the content module where you're editing. And we have some prototypes for that lying around somewhere in GitHub, and yeah, it's a lot.
Well, I recall that. I'm not sure if it was this case, but one request was I want to be able to drag an image from my computer to some text block, and now it gets. Was that
you want that?
And now it gets changed to a text with image element, right? And that's exactly a good example for where we might want to think, like, what is the more general picture of it? Because, well, we could implement that single use case probably fairly easily, but like maybe it then requires some kind of process that starts, because I don't want to just change it. But now that it's a text with image, now I might need to choose like what kind of element or whatever. So it's starts some interactive process, and so I think it makes sense to at least spend some more time in the problem space to see like what is it connected to some of the other things we are considering, and can it maybe be solved in a more generic way?
I myself miss some drag and drop functionality, but probably a lot of people use different kinds of ways they want to drag and drop things in different places. What I'm missing is that when I drag something in, there are places I can actually drag to, but they don't say, hey, drag here. That's something I'm missing. So just like a highlight that would
little waving Norman.
Yeah, like, hey, come here with your thing. Like if I drag in an image, and I think we have some spots where we can actually drag stuff to, but most people are not even aware, even some core members. Yeah.
Do you feel that they are picking up your wishes?
I mean, I don't use drag and drop. I mean, I'm working with my keyboard, so I also want to copy and paste pictures. But also, there's a bigger picture, as you said. So because what I want, of course, is that at that place, now there's an image, node-type image, in the design and with the properties of that particular website. So I don't just want to have somehow pictures there, but of course, as a content element, as it's meant to be in that website. And that brings me to a bigger idea of how, I mean, why is it important for an editor to know about different kinds of elements when you look at the page? So if you see the finished page, you see images and headlines and text and whatnot, but you would just write it down like that. Here comes a headline, here comes a whatever. And so maybe we can make it more fluent for editors to break up these boundaries between node types. So node types or content elements, that's quite technical in the background, and that's okay. But maybe we can make it very easy that automatically two content elements merge because it makes sense, because that is text, let's merge it automatically. So you can just go with the cursor down, down, down until the next headline comes. And just think in that way. So as a developer, I would think, oh no, that's really complicated and I don't want to do that. But as an editor, I just want to go down with my cursor until the next image comes maybe, or even beyond, and somehow make that possible. Take that perspective and see how can we make it possible technically.
So when we talk about these ideas that we have about editing and little improvements that we, that are more easily achieved and maybe, can come to the next Neos release, and other things where if we think around a little bit and, not take the easy route, but solve the problem in a bigger way, then, you all are, or maybe many of you are developers. You're part of this community. You're using Neos, you're developing Neos, you are developing projects with Neos. So be part of that journey of improving Neos. There's so many opportunities, like tomorrow there's the contribution day, next week there's the sprint, and there, in the closing we will have some more slides where sprints are already being planned in the future, where we invite you to join us to contribute to improve the system further. So every little bit, every fixed bug, every issue that comes with a suggestion of how you're expecting the system to behave, but it's not supporting you in a way that you would like, really helps us to decide what are the important things that we need to work on, right? Because those are difficult discussions in a team of volunteers to figure out what to do next. Right, I'm looking at the clock. We do have some more time, so I will take another.
Just regarding that, what you just said, when you have an idea or something doesn't work out as nicely, then remember that, we try to ask a lot of whys. The 5 whys principle, like ask a lot of whys until you discover the real problem. And that also helps a lot. For example, when you see here there's a suggestion GraphQL API. Yeah, but what for? And yeah, in order to connect with the system. Yeah, but what for? So what are you trying to achieve? Maybe that kind of API is not the right way to implement this. So if you think about something like that, try to broaden the scope and think like what I'm trying to solve. Maybe it's because of the experiences with another CMS. Editors are coming from another CMS and they are missing that they can have a plugin type with PI42, and that doesn't exist anymore, so where do I have that? But there's a different reason for it, and maybe it's much easier to do that with Neos.
Yeah, and another thing I want to say is that we often cannot really go ahead with things we want to implement because we always, or not always is the wrong word, sorry. We want to get it right. So we make the small problem so big and have such long discussions that we don't even start anymore. And the community members who maybe brought up the topic or wanted to help, they also then fed up and don't want to join in anymore. And we have to really cut it in small pieces to be and get the ones that you can just start working on already. And then start with that and go ahead until we can have this perfect solution one day. And be able to reach it. And on GitHub, there are a lot of those discussions. So please also tell us in those discussions, hey, stop. Maybe we need to go back a few steps and come to a place where we're not all frustrated with this topic and never bother with it anymore. So that's also that's not only for the team to think about, but also for the people who contribute and help. Also, if you tell us Neos should do this and that, that's also a bit broad for us sometimes to do something like Robert said. Yeah, GraphQL, it's such a big topic. I implemented GraphQL now 2 times for the media UI. It's not so much fun. And yeah.
And what I want to mention in that regard is it may seem for some people it may seem like if the core team members are having discussions about this topic, what can I offer in additional knowledge? Okay, if they're not sure what to do, then my input is probably not valuable anymore. But that's not true. It's actually the other way around. The input from your perspective into discussions where you're thinking, where you're providing the perspective of which goal you're trying to achieve for your users, sometimes that is the most important thing, because we're down in the nitty-gritty details of an implementation detail and how are we solving this with, what sophisticated technologies, and saying, guys, I just want to know how many times is my asset actually used, or on that folder, I want the number of items below it. That's what I'm trying to achieve, and please focus on that.
And also remember that those in the Neos team are not the most clever people in the world, but they are quite clever and are generous enough to spend time for free working on it for you. So there might be so many more people who are also as clever, but they don't take that step to contribute.
I am sure there's lots of people in this audience who we would profit greatly from if we enabled them to contribute more. So if you're joining us for the contribution day tomorrow, that's a big invitation. Let's grow this community to really make this system better in the future.
Can I quickly add
please.
something? Because I'm listening to you guys, and I know there's always room for improvement, which is great. We love that. But in my experience, I really like it. I work with 2 other CMS, and Neos is just the best, in my opinion. So I really like it. I'm not just saying that because I'm sitting here and I want to know, or we won an award yesterday. No, but I think what really needs to be done is more promotion, because people, I don't know, but I have not heard of Neos. It's just because of Visual. So I don't know how to do that promotion, to be honest, but I think it needs more promotion, because when editors realize how easy it actually is in comparison to other CMS, they will probably use it more.
We will pick you up on that offer We do have a LinkedIn page where
there's a.
Can I say? Yeah. Sorry.
You go.
We recently restarted the marketing guild, revived it from the zombie status it had. The problem is I'm kind of like pushing it mostly, but I have nothing to do with marketing. So, but I feel like I want to spend this energy on pushing it, but I'm not an expert in it. So we now hired someone who helps us with it, Philip Berghoff, who appears now in Slack and walks around here and helps us. And Marika is also helping, but she's also not a marketing expert. So, but we want to push it. We want to take it seriously. We now restarted the Neos Monthly. We have some press releases. We want to write blog posts. We are collecting more information from the community. But as I said, we're not super experts, but we want to take it seriously, so we need help there. And like in the last years, we sometimes had also visitors to our marketing weekly on Wednesday afternoon, where people from agencies came, or even customers, and gave us some feedback. So you're really welcome to join in there again, also to help us and give us pointers, because as I said, we're doing our best, but we're not the experts, and we want to learn and get better at it. And we are very aware, and on a lot of things we are discussing a lot, how can we market what we have, because we have so many great things we keep to ourselves and keep silent about. I asked that myself because I do a lot of things and I don't really tell anyone, because I have so many blog drafts that
so
will be published. Yeah.
let me take that point as the last one as we come to a wrap here. If you're not a developer, especially if you're not a developer, but you're here and part of this community, please consider helping us improve our marketing, improve our, documentation, improve our communication in the community, help us, developers be more approachable, to, be more open for discussions. We invite you to help us achieve that goal in the future. And yeah, with that, thank you very much to my panel. If two of you could take one of the walls down with you. Thank you very much. And Anke is probably already waiting. Thank you very much. So we can pull down the slides again in the middle, because we're getting ready for
the Speaker Award.
The Speaker Award. I hope all of you use the Neos Conference app to rate the talks, because if you haven't done so yet, it's probably too late.
It is.
You already know?
I already know.
You have the envelope. So we will give this wall a little time to come down. Should I hold it?
Yes, please. But before we get to the award for the best speaker, I actually want to say that the lightning talks was also really popular. So we will probably have lightning talks next year again, and it was such a team effort to make the wonderful, 45 minutes. So if you planned to just try out a talk, maybe think about it. You have 1 year to go. And we will have them next year again. So that's for that.
So for the best speaker of Neos Conference 2025, that person will receive
a speaker.
A speaker. And Anke, please do us the favor. Who is the best speaker of Neos Conference 2025?
The best speaker with 4.14 stars is Christina Schneider with 5 cool new things in CSS.
Congratulations. A big speaker for the best speaker of the conference. Congratulations, and thank you very much for being here and sharing your insights with us.
Yes. Thanks for having me. You're doing quite fine.
Is this is the magic remote
Yeah.
to go on to the conference closing, right?
Well,
Did you
it's time.
prepare some slides?
Maybe.
Okay, let's have a look. I was busy
Talking?
those past 45
Yeah.
minutes. Let's see.
So, first up, thanks again for our sponsors of this conference.
Without whom it would not be possible to have this here. So thank you very much, Flow Native, Gesagt Getan, .de, Network Team, Format.de, and Zeitgeist.
And there are also our silver sponsors, Cornelsen, Internetso, and our social event sponsors, Sandstorm and Path Creator. And also a big thanks to our technical support from Dubio and Sandstorm, and to our organizers, Sandstorm and .de.
And yes, one more round of applause, but it is very important, and also a big thank you to our platinum longtime supporters, Visivik, Zeitgeist, 3M5, Queonext, Visol, and Sandstorm. Thank you. Sponsors are important. They are an important part of conferences, of open source development. We've heard that multiple times today. We, actually all need some funding. But there's another aspect of open source work that's very important.
Yeah, and that's the contribution you can make. And we, as you already mentioned, have our contribution day tomorrow. It starts at 9 a.m. I'm not sure where we are going to be. Upstairs as last year, I'm hearing. And you can take part up until 5 p.m. And we already thought about setting you up, for example, to build some HTMX backend modules in Neos. We talked about it with Sebastian. He's very excited to have someone help him there. And afterwards, from Monday till Wednesday, we have the Neo Sprint at .de.
And some suggestion I wanted to share that we received on Wednesday, which I like very much. If you're joining the contribution day on Saturday and you don't have a working development setup yet, let's meet tonight after dinner. We are going to be spending time here anyways. Please get in contact with me. That's perfectly fine. Let's have a little install party to make sure you're all set up so that tomorrow when the actual contribution day starts, we have an easier start actually, coding or doing whatever you would like to contribute.
Yeah.
So talk to me, find me. I'm going to be in the lobby somewhere.
And is there something else to tell for the future?
Well, once one conference is over,
the next one starts.
There will be a NEOS Conference 2026. And yes, we are reading your feedback. We are listening to your feedback. So this time, what's different?
I don't know.
There will be a post-con survey that you have to fill out first.
Before we can say what date we will meet again, here in Karlsruhe.
So it will definitely be here, but to figure out the date, we want your feedback to make sure that the date fits many, many people so that we can have a great community gathering here. So,
yeah.
Ticket sales?
Yeah, if you're someone like Mark Henry, who's every time the first one to answer to, I come to a sprint, I come to a bar camp, you can already order some super early bird tickets now if you know, want to know when I will definitely be here next year.
So Mark Henry, approach us for tickets for next year. So NEOS Conference 2026, that's still a little way off. but we will probably have some NEOS events before then.
Yeah, actually, we have another sprint planned in Dresden.
Oh.
At your office,
Nice.
I heard. And
Great.
we have a barcamp there. That's the second one.
Second one, yes, we had one last year as well. That was really cool. So, if you haven't made any plans yet for October, please make sure to mark that in your calendar so that we see each other in Dresden.
And you can also order your early bird ticket for the barcamp already.
Starting today, yes. You want even more NEOS?
And thankfully, during our lunch break today, we just nailed this date for the NEOS sprint in Swiss. Hopefully, Internetsoul will host this, and this is specifically dedicated to the media management. So all topics surrounding this we want to take part in this sprint.
Okay, so we're trying to, give you a little bit more planning horizon for the upcoming events. So this is going to be April 2026.
More news, as always, via the Slack channels or our marketing guild will probably push that.
There's a newsletter now. That's very cool.
So what's left to say?
It's time to say thank you. And a conference like this, it's a team effort. And there's a few people in this room who organized this conference for probably the last year since the last conference was over. So
started a month after the last conference or two.
So it's time for us to ask the main organizers of the conference up on stage here with us. Marika, Jürgen, and Sebastian, please join us on stage.
Yeah, I also would like to say thank you to Marika and Jürgen. You know, I'm a bit of a chaotic guy. I have difficulties working in structures and all that. So really a big thank you to the best and most structured organizer team in the world. Thanks for organizing the chaos I'm making and working with that. So thank you so much. I would also like to thank our hosts of the two stages, our moderators, Anke, Stefan, Maya, and Tobias. Please join me on stage. You did a terrific job. Thank you so much. And of course, this conference is a bit special. We have some music playing, and we have a big band actually who composes songs just for this conference, and it still gives me chills thinking about that. So please join me on stage. Lorenz, Jan, Robert, Bernhard, Klaus, and Manu, all the band and DJ. Thank you so much. Okay, and the event is really nice that we can think about it by looking at some photos. So thank you, Daniel and Alex, for really, really cool photos, which you'll see after the conference as well. So thank you very much. Please join me on stage as well. And this conference has been for the second time at Geno Hotel Karlsruhe. I would really, really, really like to thank all the helping
team of the Geno Hotel, the event team, the catering. Everybody here was really, really welcoming to us. And thank you so much for having us and having this chaotic group of nerds here, and so we can hijack your conference rooms. It's really a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much. And we already heard it, and this conference is actually, we have quite some tech, as you have noticed maybe. So I would like the tech crew and the sound, video, and light crew to join me on stage. Kim, Lars, Dirk, Chris, Manu, Leo, Finja, and Johannes, please join me on stage. Thank you so much. Okay. It is getting crowded. I have one more group of people I would like to join me on stage. This conference would not be possible without every speaker of this conference. So please give a really, really, really roaring applause to all the speakers of the conference, and all the speakers, please join us on stage.
Marike. Whoa.
All right. And one really, really last round of applause to everybody here in this room. Thank you as a community. It's really, really cool to have you here in Karlsruhe. Thanks, everybody, for joining NEOS Conference 2025. Thank you so much.
Ready? Is it ready?
And all that's left to say is, have a safe trip home. It's a bit sad, I think, but we'll see each other again. I'm really, really sure about that. Thank you so much.
Test, test, 1, 2. Can they hear me? Yes, you can hear me, right? So the last thing that we do after a conference is we have to prepare and make this conference room look like a real conference room again. So as this worked really well yesterday evening, we will do the same thing basically. So if you can help us put the chairs to the side, so everybody, I think stacks of, what was it yesterday, 5, 6? 5 is probably good, 6. That helps a lot. If you want to help further, help us take away the stage, and then outside the NEOS flags and the roll-ups and whatever is hanging there, that would be super helpful. This year, the technical stuff is already planned, so we got that covered. So thank you very much. If you have the opportunity to help a little bit, and have a safe trip home. I'm looking forward to a contribution day tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Good.